Putney and the Town School District is open March 3rd, 2015. My name is Virginia Scholl, and I am the town moderator. I did bang it, but you want to hear it again? All right. And I'm going to explain a few things about how this meeting will run first, and then the town we will move through the articles, and we also have some some state representatives and here to speak to us. But I think why don't I first go through some of the opening remarks about the meeting. Okay, so this meeting, thank you all for coming to this very important yearly gathering to exercise your right to have a voice in our town government. It's very important that we keep supporting town meeting because it's an institution a little bit under attack in this state, and it's a very, very important institution, and we don't want to lose it. And the way we're going to keep it is for you all to come and participate. So it's very good that you're all taking the time out to be here today. This meeting will be run with Robert's Rules of Orders as the basic format. You cannot change, and Vermont state law takes precedence over Robert Rules of Order. So you can change Robert's Rules of Order sometimes. We have that right to do that, but we cannot change Vermont state law. An article must be moved and seconded by the body and then restated by the moderator. Occasionally, if it's very long, I might not restate the entire thing. But before it's under consideration, those things have to happen, and then debate may begin. After you've spoken once on a particular article, you will not be recognized a second time during discussion on that article or amendment until all other voters who wish to speak have been recognized and given the opportunity. When you want to speak, please raise your hand and wait to be recognized. And these, I don't know where they are, these are students who are mic runners today will bring you a mic. And I think Steve Voorhees wants to give a little demonstration of how to speak into a mic. Do you want to do that now, Steve? So you speak loudly and clearly so everyone can hear you.
You did. The runners today will turn the mic on just before handing it to you and presumably turn it off. Similarly, what's important is that the microphone be close to you. Can you tell the difference between my speaking voice now versus my speaking voice here, or down here? It's not nearly as effective. And in my attempt to find your voice, I'm going to turn it up. And by turning it up, I increase the chance of feeding back. Also because that's where the sound is coming from. That's where the sound is coming from. When it's facing that direction, this case in point, it's more likely to feed back. So, have fun. Native Americans, sometimes when they want to have a meeting and keep everyone talking at once, they would have a stick, sometimes called a talking stick. I sometimes think of the circulating microphone as the talking stick. So.
Thank you, Steve. Okay. So just to continue with this, articles may have only one amendment at a time associated with them, and an amendment and only one amendment to an article at one time. So when we go through a primary and a secondary amendment, and if that's not passed, then we can start all over again, but only two layers down at any one time. Division of the House can be requested by one voter before or after a voice vote. If you disagree with how the voice vote was called by the moderator, or if you think, if it seems that it was not clear, a paper ballot may be voted on the request of 7 voters, unless we've made arrangements. I think we're going to have one vote today on paper ballot. It's already prearranged. Debate may be cut off at any one time by a motion to call the question but it has to be, you have to raise your hand and be recognized by the moderator. You can't just yell out, call the question, because you're tired of debate. Really, the purpose of town meeting is to give people a chance to voice their opinions, to have the courage to stand up and say what they want to say. So we will try to give people that opportunity as much as possible. And I will try to recognize you in the order I see you. If I'm not seeing you, you can wave your hand loudly, wave your hand, I guess not loudly, but frantically, so that I do notice you, but I will do my best to recognize everybody. A call the question requires a 2/3 vote to be passed. Let's see. State law prohibits consideration of articles that have not been warned. That means that under other business we can take action, but it will not be binding. And you can't amend articles such that they deal with business that hasn't been warned. So if you can't amend an article to, say, hugely change the amount being voted on, or to bring up something that's really outside the boundaries of that article, because it's not fair, it hasn't been warned. I think that we are ready to start with, and yes, I would like to invite, first of all, I'd like to invite our state representatives to speak to us. Is Jeanette White here?
No.
Is she going to come?
Later, I believe she started.
Okay. So we'll invite, unless there's any objection, I would like to invite Mike Mrowicki and David Dean to speak to us now.
Can we also invite Herb and Ron?
Well, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words to you this morning. For those of you that don't know me, my name is David Dean, and I wanted to tell you that I really do feel privileged to be serving in the legislature representing you, and in particular this year, because this is the year of water. I serve as the chair of the Fish, Wildlife, and Water Resources Committee, and in addition, I am the ranking member on the House Rules Committee. Fish, Wildlife, and Water Resources has spent all year so far passing 2 pieces of legislation out of the committee. One bill banned the manufacture and sale of products that contain microbeads. Those are found in personal care and non-prescription drug products. Microbeads are plastic. They never decay, are not filtered out by wastewater treatment plants, attract molecules to themselves, including toxic ones, and enter the food chain through fish and other aquatic species when the beads are mistaken as food. Eventually, the toxins that they bring into the fish can make their way into human beings. U.S. industry is gearing up to replace them. It was a bad idea, and I'm not quite sure why they ever got into it. But, and because they have realized their mistake, they are developing replacements, and they did not find the bill onerous. That was the easy bill. The other bill is the largest, most complex, and far-reaching I have ever worked on. The bill will make effective change to the water quality protection laws in Vermont. The bill's the product of 3 years of work with the agriculture, municipal, and forestry communities. Hours of meetings beyond the State House with interest groups all over Vermont, and ongoing cooperation among state agencies have all led us to passing H35 out of the Fish, Wildlife, and Water Resources Committee on a bipartisan vote. As a statement to how complex the bill is, now that it's out of our committee, it will be reviewed by agriculture, transportation, government operations, judiciary, natural resources and energy, ways and means, and the appropriation committees. So it is a very large, very complex bill. Once it finishes that arduous route, it will go to the floor of the House for a vote, and then pass on to the Senate, where it will visit the same committees in the Senate. In addition to the work of passing H35, I convened on behalf of the House the first ever ethics panel that will review any charges made against House members of unethical actions on their part. We have finished adopting our process after we started at the beginning of the session, and we've just finished adopting our process. And now each of the 5 of us who were appointed to that committee hope we will never meet again. Every House member understands the difficult budget situation Vermont government faces. It has sunk into us that there will be cuts that in normal times many of us would never consider making. You have probably seen some of the suggested cuts in the press news lately, and Mike and I will be around for a while to talk with you about the budget situation. The House Rules Committee has reorganized our Education Committee so that it can look at policy as well as funding for public education in Vermont. Those conversations have always been held in separate committees, and there is always this level of miscommunication. With a new, experienced, and talented chair for the committee, David Sharp, and a new charge provided by the Rules Committee, they voted out a bill last Thursday that will change how we deliver public education, H 361. I'll be glad to talk with you, Mike and I will be glad to talk with you about the changes the bill will bring to the public education world, including budget reductions. Michael has brought the Doyle survey, and it's in the back on one of the tables. And I'll just finish up by thanking you again for the honor of serving you in the Vermont legislature.
Thank you, David. And thank you. Good morning. It's great to be here. Great to be back from Montpelier. Great to be back among family and friends and able to share a bit about what we're doing at the State House this year. My name is Mike Mrowicki, for those who haven't met me yet, and if not, please feel free to come up and introduce yourself. Town meeting is a wonderful thing, and not only do I recognize people, but I think I've gotten to recognize where people sit from up here, and generally you tend to be in the same or similar place. Well, this legislative session has been a lot like this winter again. Just when you think the cold will lighten up, we get another morning where it's 19 below, or we get another storm, but we're Vermonters, and we know it will warm up. Sugaring season will kick in, the days are getting longer, and spring will replace winter. And likewise, we'll get our work done in Montpelier, and we'll get to a better place. We're working together with the governor to make sure we're getting tough things done, but we will guide our work remembering the values that make Vermont what it is and why we live here. We'll remember the people that make Vermont special, the communities where people come together, the environment we all cherish, and the sense of fairness on how we do things. It's a tough budget year, as maybe you've been hearing, and among the reasons it's a tough budget year is we're still cleaning up the mess from the Great Recession, that federal deregulation of financial institutions dropped on our door. So the reason I mention that is you're going to start hearing, as this next election cycle already heats up, people who talk about free markets, less regulation, and how this is the way forward. And I hope you remember that's how we got in this mess in the first place. The other thing that's happening is we're feeling the effects of last Congress's budget sequestration. So you put all these things together, it makes for a pretty tough budget year. But we're not going to abandon our values, our commitment to our environment and to our people, and we're not going to be throwing people overboard. We're not going to create a tax structure that only favors those already doing well. And in our budget, we will not forget the mark of a great society is how we treat the least among us. When we look at the budget, we're going to see people, not just numbers. When we look at schools and education reform, we first see our children and the teachers and school boards that are already doing hard work to spend our money wisely and still provide our children with a quality education. We'll work to preserve our land, support our farms, clean up our waters, offer innovative energy policies that will spur the economy and provide a cleaner, greener future. And we'll do that in our 16-week session, then come back home and go back to our regular jobs in the communities we love. Now, specifically, a few of the bills we're working on are some that we'd rather not be working on. For example, we've been working on a bill in the House Human Services Committee that looks at financial exploitation of elders. The unfortunate part of this is that most of the time this is happening from the family and friends who were entrusted to watch out for these elders. So we're needing to look at that. We will be working on an update of the Death with Dignity bill. We have a bill that we're working on that will protect children from abuse and neglect. And we just passed an energy plan in the House that will build on the good works we've done on renewables, solar, conservation, efficiency. We'll save money and reduce our carbon footprint. We're also tweaking the current use law. Now, this is an important law we have, but unfortunately there have been some taking advantage of it, pulling land out of the current use program in a short time after they put it in to make profits on it. And that's not what it was set up for. It was set up to protect open land, to protect forest land, to protect farmlands, not to protect investors so they can make a profit on it shortly thereafter. And we are working on an education bill that has many moving parts and will probably look very different by the time we're done than what's currently proposed. Bottom line is most of what it's asking for, we already do here in our supervisory union, and they're hoping to spread that kind of work over the state, because other parts of Vermont, we have supervisory unions that are one small town. In closing, I want to thank you again for the opportunity and honor to serve you. I ask for your continued suggestions and questions. We have our contact information on the report that's in the back of the hall, and also on the legislative website is our contact information. Now, I just want to take a minute to recognize something that's happening on the ground here, and there's going to be a big change here at Putney Central School. After, I guess your service is registered in decades here now, but Kathy Bartlett's going to be retiring as our school counselor here. And when something like that, which is important to our committee, happens, what we try and do is recognize her with a resolution from the Senate and House of Representatives, and I'd like to take a moment to read that right now. Whereas in 1971, Kathy Bartlett earned a bachelor's degree in early education at William Patterson College in Wayne, New Jersey. And lots of people helped with this, Kathy, so I didn't put all this together myself. She taught kindergarten for 2 years at St. Mary's in Pompton Lakes before relocating to Vermont. And in 1974, she began a 6-year association with St. Michael's School in Brattleboro as a second-grade teacher. Whereas for her first 9 years on Putney Central School faculty, Kathy taught third grade here. And then, seeking to work with students on a more individualized basis, in 1989, she completed a master's degree in counseling and consulting at Keene State College. On earning her graduate degree, Kathy embarked on a new assignment at Putney Central School as our guidance counselor. And I can say, from the time my 2 kids went through here, Kathy's work has really made their trip through Putney Central and lots of other children and families much easier. Aside from her classroom and guidance responsibilities, Kathy's other education roles in Putney have included serving as a student counselor advisor, a new teacher mentor, advisor to the Putney School Middle System leadership team, and an interim school principal. And whereas the laudatory evaluations of Kathy Bartlett's professional performance have cited her calm manner, sound judgment, continuing ability to inspire students, and her diagnostic skills, and in some have described her as an educator who displays, quote, a level of competence most teachers only strive for. And whereas among Kathy Bartlett's many community activities are her participation in Putney's Secret Santa program, local food drive, as well as her work with the Putney Health Action Committee. And in the spring of 2015, Kathy Bartlett will be concluding 35 years on the Putney Schools faculty and over 4 decades as an exemplary teacher, guidance counselor, and educational mentor to 2 generations of young students. Therefore, be it resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives of Vermont that the General Assembly honors Kathy Bartlett as an outstanding educator, and be it resolved that the Secretary of State be directed to send a copy of this resolution to Kathy. I'd like to present this to Kathy now.
Thank you very much. I'm honored and delighted to receive this. And while I have the microphone, I just want to thank many, many people. Most of you are in this room, out in the community. Herb and the school board for guiding us and being committed to positive development in our school, keeping the future bright for us. And the community at large for every year coming to town meeting and being so positive and supporting our school. I'd like to thank the parents who are really behind it all. I'm sure all over Putney every morning I hear, or we can hear, brush your teeth, finish that breakfast, find that boot, put your homework in the backpack, and these parents bring their children to school on time and ready to learn. And I thank you very much. And one more thing, probably not my last pitch, but I'd like to urge all of you in the community to think about being a mentor for our wonderful community of young people whose parents are working very hard to give them a quality life. And we all can contribute to that by giving them a little more time, supporting parents and visiting with children, sharing your talents. So please consider that for the future. Thank you.
Okay, so now at this point, I'd like to invite to the table Herb Pelletier, who's the principal of Putney Central, and Ron Staley, superintendent. And is Frank Rucker here? He's on his way, okay. Okay, so now we will proceed to, I will read the articles that are, the first, Article 1 and 2 are by Australian ballot, but I'm just going to read them through.
Can I speak for a moment? I'd like to introduce myself. You met me last year. I'm Alice Laughlin. I'm the chair of the school board. Can we introduce
Yeah, you want to introduce yourselves?
Is this on?
I'm Richard Glazier.
I'm Ann Beekman.
I'm Steve Bouch.
I'm Dylan Devlin.
We're going to ask you to approve a budget that is down 2%, although as it tends to happen, the tax rate has raised a little bit. The budget is lower because we, with the thanks, obviously the support of Herb, Ron, and Frank, worked hard to bring it down to reflect that the numbers in Putney are lowering, although hopefully they are stabilizing. The last year or two they seem to be, but because they have gone down over the last couple of years, Herb was able to bring down some staff numbers. So one paraprofessional position is no longer in the budget. And some staff positions have been reallocated in terms of where people spend their time. You'll see in the budget some new things that you haven't seen in the past if you actually look closely at this paperwork. There's something called the comparative data for cost effectiveness, which now we're required. Frank Rucker, who's the business administrator, is required to put it in the budget. It's on page 49. That is a little snapshot of schools and school sizes. We're a school, I think it's a snapshot of us at about 180 students, so we're compared to similar school communities. It's really just a snapshot of a specific data. So Frank shared with us, as we always do, we compare our school to others around the state, but he suggested we share with you a piece of paper that's in the back. You might want to grab it if you're interested. It's the Agency of Ed fiscal year 2014 school district financial data, and that compares us to schools like us, but also it's basically a list of 150 schools that which have the highest per student rate, cost per student for taxpayers. We're up there, but we're not at the top, and one of the reasons we're up there, the primary reason we're up there, is because in Putney, 20% of our students qualify for independent educational programming. So that's an IEP. So that's 20% of Putney students. That's a high number. For example, Dummerston has 10 or 11% of their students. So it's not apples to apples. Each school is very individual. So please look at that when you're reviewing the budget with us, and know that we have worked hard with these folks to generate a budget that we feel is very fiscally responsible. A lot of fat, there was no fat before things were cut, but things were cut anyway. And we stand behind the budget, and we think we're very proud of the school. We're very lucky to have a progressive principal like Herb, and a paramount professional like Ron Staley. We're a leader in the state, our district, because of who Ron is and his vast experiences. So we're lucky. So please consider that as you're looking at the budget. I think that's it to start with.
Okay, yeah, well, actually, we're going to not discuss the budget until we get down to Article, where is it?
That's the 6th or something.
6 or something. Oh. So let me go back to Article 1. And I'm just going to read this. In Article 1, to choose all town officers required by law to be elected at the annual town meeting, voting by Australian ballot. Article 2, to choose all town school district officers required by law to be elected at the annual school district meeting, voting by Australian ballot. Just to clarify, right now, town meeting is really divided into two sections. There's a school district meeting, and there's a Putney Town meeting. And we are having right now the school district portion of the meeting. Okay, so proceed. Article 3, to determine what salaries the Putney Town School District will pay its officers and directors.
I move that the Putney Town School District be authorized to issue vouchers for the payment of its officers and directors for the ensuing fiscal year in the amount of $800, which is no increase from prior year allocation.
Can you give your name, please?
Stephen Bouch.
Okay, is there a second for this motion? Alan Blood is second. I need copies of these exact words that you're saying so that I can restate this article, this warning. Okay, I'm going to restate this Article 3. Move that the Putney Town School District be authorized to issue vouchers for the payments of its officers and directors for the ensuing fiscal year in the amount of $800 each. So is there any debate on this issue? And well, let me just say that the person who moves an article has the first right to speak on it, but anybody else is also welcome to speak. Is there any discussion about this article? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. So that is Article 3 passed. Article 4, to see if the Putney Town School District will authorize its school board to accept and expend categorical grants and aid received from the state of Vermont or the United States government.
I move.
Say your name first, please.
I'm Ann Beekman, and I move that the Putney Town School District authorize its school board to accept and expend categorical grants and aid received from the state of Vermont and the United States government.
Is there a second? What's your name? Did you get that? Pat McMahon? Pat McMahon? Thank you. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Article 4, that the Putney Town School District authorize its school board to accept and expend categorical grants and aid received from the state of Vermont and the United States government. Okay, we are open for debate. Is there anything you want to say about this? Is there any discussion about this article? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. Article 4 is passed. Article 5, to see if the town school district will appropriate out of the unreserved undesignated fund balance of June 30th, 2014, the sum of $50,000 for the purpose of reducing the tax rate and defraying FY 2016 expenses. And who's going to be moved by?
Dylan Devlin. I move that the town school district will appropriate out of the unreserved undesignated fund balance of June 30th, 2014, the sum of $50,000 for the purpose of reducing the tax rate and defraying FY 2016 expenses.
Okay, is there a second for this motion? Who said that? Oh, Josh Laughlin's second. Okay, I'm just going to restate this quickly. I move that the town school district will appropriate out of the unreserved undesignated fund balance of June 30, 2014, the sum of $50,000 for the purpose of reducing the tax rate and defraying FY 2016 expenses. So any discussion about this? Anything that needs to be said? Explained? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, the article has passed. Article 6, to determine whether the Putney Town School District will vote to raise and appropriate an amount of money necessary to defray its expenses and liabilities the ensuing fiscal year, July 1, 2015 to June 30, 2016, and if so, in what amount?
And I'm Richard Glazier, and I move that the Putney Town School District authorize its Board of School Directors to raise and appropriate the sum of $3,610,313 necessary to defray its expenses and liabilities for the ensuing year 2015-16.
Is there a second for that? School board can second too. Okay, Stephen Bausch, second that. Okay, let me just read that one more time, those numbers. I move that the Putney Town School District authorize its Board of School Directors to raise and appropriate the sum of $3,610,313 necessary to defray its expenses and liabilities for the ensuing year, 2015-2016. And that amount is, you can find that in the school budget. What page is that on exactly? 40-something? So you spoke to that already. Alice, do you want to say anything more about this at this time with the amounts on the bottom of page 47? Yes, back there? Well, can you wait till, okay, wait till, raise your hand, wait till a microphone comes to you. State your name, please, and then hold it right up so we can hear you.
Susan Taylor, do you have any plans on how you're going to raise that? It's a lot of money.
Alice, do you want to speak to that?
We get money from the state, the federal government, and the taxpayers via property tax.
Okay, does that clarify it? Primarily, that's a lot of your tax money, and that's what we're here today to consider. and you have a say in whether or not you're willing to spend that amount of money to support our schools. So this is the moment to do that. If you want to take a moment to look through the school budget, Kate Dodge down there has a question.
Actually, not so much a question. I just wanted to point her to the woman who spoke last. I can't remember.
Steve, can you get the crackle out of that, do you think?
To page 40, where there's a breakdown of revenue proposed.
Sorry, Kate, could, you need to state your name, and so could you say again what you just said, sorry, for Anita's sake particularly?
I'm Kate Dodge. I just wanted to point out that on page 40, there's a summary of the revenue that is proposed in the budget.
Okay. Ian Gillespie in the back there has his hand up. And don't forget to say your name again.
Ian Gillespie. I just want to say thank you for bringing the budget down a little bit. It's a nice breath of fresh air, so thank you very much.
Any other comments or questions on this $3 million budget we're voting on? $3.5 million. Yes, Elizabeth Stead.
I do notice that though many of the costs have come down, I notice that the local amount has gone up. Is that correct? To 72.3 from 62.3?
What page are you on?
Page 40. Does that mean our taxes? The top line, revenue budget?
You're talking about 72.3?
From 62.3 to 72.3, is that correct? Isn't working. Is it working? Am I wrong? The first line, revenue.
She's talking about
First line.
Page 40?
It's just 10,000.
Revenue budget, first line,
So what is
page
it?
40.
It's 10,000.
The difference is 10,000 increase, correct?
Yep.
And I noticed,
That's revenue.
right, that means our taxes, correct?
No.
Where does the revenue come? Is that not our
it's-
taxes?
No, your taxes are reflected
On what
in the
line?
percentage towards the end of the budget. It's point.
I just want to clarify whether the budget went down, however, the tax amount went up.
That's correct.
So in fact, we are paying more personally through our taxes, but your budget has gone down. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, I spoke to that at the beginning.
It sounds like everything went down, and that isn't the case.
No,
Our
and in
tax
fact-
amount did not go down.
Right, and I said that at this, when I first spoke.
Right, but I wanted
Yeah.
to repeat that at this point,
Yes.
so that that is clear. Because I
Yes.
noticed a decrease of 50% on fund balance other.
Right, and that's based on the state formula.
Right, yeah, you can't do anything
Yeah.
about it. But it would be nice if we could have made it 75% as opposed to 50,
Right.
but you can't. Thank you.
Yep.
Over there.
I'm Jim Oliver. This is kind of a follow-up on Elizabeth's question. Obviously, the school board has done a great thing in staying on top of costs and bringing them down a bit, and has had to bring in $50,000 from the surplus, $100,000 last year, I see, in order to keep the spending at that level. And yet the taxes are going up. And I just wondered if you could give us some, I realize you can't explain the education funding system in maybe ever, certainly not in a few minutes, But if you could give me some idea of what the major factors are in that difference, why there is a decrease in the town of Putney expenditures and yet an overall increase. Clearly there's revenue differences, there's differences at the district level, but if we could get a sense of what's really driving that, it would be helpful.
Ron will offer to speak to that.
So, yeah. If you could look on page 49 of your town report. So one of the things that I'll just reiterate that the Putney School Board has always really taken a really thorough look at their line item budgets, and this has gone back. I've been in the district now 13 years, and they really take a lot of time looking at educational programs, places that we can reduce. This year we did reduce one paraprofessional position and also a portion of an academic support position, just feeling like the numbers of students, we could still maintain excellent programs by making these reductions. And so it's nice to see that the overall budget is down 2%, but then it's kind of frustrating that the taxes still go up. So if you look on page 49, there are a few factors that I can speak to. Frank Rucker, our business administrator, he'll be here soon. I think he's one of the auditors in Brookline, so he's going from Brookline to here. So maybe as I talk, he'll just walk in the room and go into more detail. But if you look at on page 49, probably about a third of the way down the page, equalized pupils, Act 130 count is by the school district. So those numbers that go across from FY 13, 14, 15, and 16 have a big bearing on the tax implication. It's the equalized pupil count that has a bearing on the local taxes, the school tax. So unfortunately, we've gone from 184, 187 to 180 to 177. Doesn't seem like a lot, but it does have an impact on that next line, the equalized spending or the education spending per equalized pupil. So you can see that from last year went up from 16,729 to 16,951. So that's one impact in terms of raising taxes. The next area that I think about is the common level of appraisal. It's a little way, halfway down the page. And the CLA, the common level of appraisal, that has an impact on the property tax appraisal. And so what we like to see is the higher the number, the less the tax impact. And you can see historically in FY 13, it was 90% to 98% to 103%. That's all really good. And then it drops to 99.59. Not a big drop, but again, it has a significant impact on the tax rate. So those two factors. And then, you know, the overall spending does have an impact. The state raised the tax 2 pennies, so that again has an impact on the school tax. So those are the main factors that I could cite.
Does anybody else want to speak before I ask you to speak again? Does anybody else have questions? Here, Pat McMahon.
Pat McMahon. On the, I think it's on page 40. Next year, could we get a breakout? I know you just have where revenue budget, the second line under local, you have the 3 million for whatever. Could we know how much we raise as a town and send to Montpelier and what we get back?
Ron, do you want to speak?
Where is that already? You have that.
It doesn't tell us how much we raise in property taxes for our school? I mean, it just comes back a lump sum in the state. It doesn't tell us.
The amount we are, well, I won't answer that question. You can answer that question. Ron, do you, or Alice? The amount we raise in taxes every year is the amount we vote to raise to cover the taxes for the school district. No, they're separate. Town is a different budget from the school district budget. But we're voting right now on the school district budget. So this is the money we will send to, is our portion of the school district budget. Sorry, this is very, very hard to hear.
How would you answer that? It's a town line. Isn't it in the town?
I don't think that they can hear you yet. Steve's working on it. Well, that transferred the capital.
Can you ask that again? And Cynthia, is that re-articulated?
You want to, now we're all off. Would you like to restate your question?
Yes, I'd just like a breakout of the state revenue that comes back to us, the $3 million. What did we send to Montpelier of that, and what did we get back? I mean, that's nice, it's easy to say state, but we don't know how much we've sent to them. I mean, it's probably I just want to make it easier and transparent is all I'm asking for. I can look it up. Just like the state one broken down to local taxes sent and local what we receive back. Are we a sending or receiving town? I have a feeling we're receiving.
And I wish Frank were here because he could help us answer that question for you. But
Can I give a partial answer? It doesn't answer your whole question. But if you want to know how much the town collected for Putney Central Schools, on page 38, on the treasurer's report on the right-hand side, under revenue, you'll see the first item on that is $1,869,856. That's what was collected in property taxes for the school.
No, that's not.
That's not the.
That's wrong.
But you asked the first part of the question: how much do we send up if we send up? I don't know where that money goes, but this is what it was basically accumulates for the property taxes.
Can you speak to this, Ron? Is this a Frank question?
But we're not a sending town, is what I've been told.
What?
We're not a sending town.
Is anybody willing to take on this complicated issue?
I'm just asking for more open, transparent. I can find it by dig. I just would like to see that state broken down to not say local, but local property taxes raised, and how much the state sends back. That way we will know exactly what we send up there. And what we
and Frank would be able to answer that question specifically, but we're not comfortable with that.
Okay, this is a suggestion for the future town report.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay. Are there any other comments, questions on the school budget? Jody Graves back there.
It was my understanding that there isn't such a thing as a sending town or a receiving town anymore. And someone, maybe when he comes, but I believe that the equalized per pupil spending is the amount that we get. And on page 49, when it shows that we paid $564, we voted to increase that per pupil spending by $564 per student. And I'm not sure, I think we have 177 students. The math might be wrong.
She's doing last year. Is that last year, you mean?
Yeah, it might be last year, but these are the numbers that we're talking about. The equalized per pupil spending is what the state says they'll give us per pupil. And if we vote that we need more money than that, my understanding is that amount of money is paid for by residents of Putney who can vote, the voters. So if you own property and you don't live in Putney and you can't vote on this increased per pupil spending, then you only pay that equalized, you don't pay the extra $564 per pupil. So what I understand that as, that it's this part of the budget is more important to us as taxpayers because these numbers impact us more than if they're spread out among all of the property owners. And what muddies the water is the income sensitivity portion of the tax law, which if you make under $60,000, you get a rebate. So it sort of erases that impact, so we don't really think about it when we vote. But that $564 per pupil is significant, I think.
Can I just respond to one part?
Yeah.
In our efforts this year with the budget, one of the things that we targeted was to stay below the threshold so that we were not charged this year like we were last year. So if you look at last year's budget, we actually went beyond the cap. This year, we did not do that.
Any other questions or comments? Josh Lockman back there. Do you see?
Yeah, Josh Laughlin. Richard, I'm just wondering, I think that was Richard who was just speaking. Yeah. The threshold is...
What page are you on?
Page 49. The threshold is 17,103. So just to be clear for people, that threshold is set by the state as the number that we can't go over, and if we go over it, we get penalized, which is what was reflected in last year's budget.
Correct.
Okay,
That's right.
Thank you.
Okay, Jim Oliver, over there.
So I'm Jim Oliver. So I'm really going back to my original question, which I understood the answer of, that there are three main components that make up the reason for the increase. And one of them, the first one that you mentioned, is the per pupil expenditure, and because the number of equalized students has gone down by 3.5 roughly, that makes a difference. So given that the cost per pupil is $17,000, to make up that difference for 3.5 would be whatever it is, $65,000 or something like that, would have to go down. The budget would have to go down that amount in order to take account of the difference there. I guess all I'm saying, what I'm looking for here is what is it that is the most, what can be done that's going to be most effective in bringing the overall cost down? Is it a greater decrease in the school, Putney Central School budget, or is it something else? Where can we really make progress on this? And obviously the amount of progress that can be made by the Putney Central School budget is limited by all kinds of considerations. But what should we be focusing on?
Ron Staley will speak to this, if he gets his microphone working.
Yeah, give it.
Thank you. So I can't say that it's the equalized pupil that will save us 65,000, you know, if we had 3 more students or 4 more students. And I can't give you the analysis on the CLA in terms of if that percentage was above 100% or 103%. But those are factors. I don't think we looked at the tax rate and said, how much would we have to cut from the Putney Central budget beyond what we've already cut? I think it would be a lot of money. I think it'd be over 100,000, 150, 200,000.
We talked about that.
Yeah, I just don't remember the number. And it wasn't, in terms of, again, it's very frustrating that you have a really tight budget with reductions, and then you'd still have to reduce it by another $150,000, $200,000 to have no tax impact. I just don't remember what that number was. So those factors, I can't tell you.
It was a number that would greatly impact programming. And so while there was some discussion, it wasn't that in-depth because the negative effects were so vast. The education of the students would suffer. So it put an end to the conversation.
Steve Bouch had his hand raised first, so.
I also want to make another comment.
Steve, would you just want to state your name?
I'm Stephen Bouch. One of the reasons that this budget has changed, if you look on the town budget, and let's see, I haven't got the page in the town manual, but if you look at a couple of line items that are really important, I think, for us to consider as a community. One of the largest increases in this year's budget is over food services. That's a direct result of the level of poverty that exists in our community. We have people coming to school, we have kids coming to school who can't concentrate unless they're fed well. And our assisted meals program has gone up significantly. It's up $10,000 this year. Another thing that I might point out is the early education program, essential early education. All the research talks about the impact of early essential education on child development and their success and their future successes. Those two programs picked up $27,000 this year in our budget. I don't think we can afford not to pay them.
Benji Cragen there.
Hi, Benji Cragen. I so sympathize with you guys because I know how maddening it is when you're going over line after line, trying to cut a little bit of here, a little bit of there, looking at staffing, looking at numbers. You know, we've been dropping staff here for 10 years, and at times very painfully, but we knew it had to happen. And then you go through all this acrobatics of trying to not affect programming, but trying to cut it down as much as you can, and then the state increases by 2 cents. Our CLA, which just because a few houses sold at a little bit below or a little bit above market value, this whole academic, when you come up with the final number, that CLA, what Ryan was talking about, you do all this, divide this and add this and ding, 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 and at the end, that CLA is what you divide by. And that CLA, if it goes down a little bit, it makes a big difference. It makes a big difference. So.
And then you do the dance again.
And yes.
Because you have to keep cutting.
And then you have, and then I see the special education costs of $30,000. Right. And it really is out of our hand. At the same time, at the district and at the state level, you know, they've looked hard and hard at special education. They have gone back over students saying, does this student really qualify? And they've taken students out. I know 2 years ago, we took a few students out of the special education. So to answer Jim's question, you know, what I've always, you know, said, we've done a lot in the sort of global market where we can get our things manufactured in China, in Bangladesh, in Vietnam. This is a labor-intensive business that you cannot outsource outside of this country. It is a local labor-intensive business that we're in, and a very important one. we need to be diligent. We need to keep looking at it. I think, this is where we have to ask questions, and we have to hold our school board members' feet to the fire at all times. And as I would say again, thanks for the hard work. I know it's not easy, and I know it really is a little bit of a kick when the budget's down and yet you're coming to us with an increase in property taxes. Anyways.
I think Ellen was second next. Ellen, over here.
Ellen Kay. I'm just trying to understand and see if I get this right. The federal portion of the revenue has gone down, on page 40, has gone down 41%, right? And when I look at the local, the increase in local, or let's see, what I'm trying to ask is, that seems significant. That's that $20,000 less that we're playing with here. And we're talking about $10,000 more in the local contribution. So it's just important to point that out. If I understand that correctly, we're getting a significant, the overall budget is $3 million, so that amount is not huge in it, but we're making up the difference locally to what the federal government is not giving us.
Yes.
Correct? Okay.
Yes.
So I always want to point that out at town meetings, that we in our towns are arguing with each other over crumbs, while the federal government is shifting their priorities always toward for-profit, war-making kinds of things, and we're fighting over these things so our kids can get food and education. So I just don't want us to lose sight of that and devolve into any kind of fighting amongst ourselves to do something important.
Kate Dodge here, right there.
Kate Dodge. I just wondered, and I don't know if Mike's still here, whether he wanted to speak to this, but we hear a lot about consolidating schools, and I wondered, aside from the educational problems, just in terms, well, maybe both, what you guys think that might look like, if that were possible, would that really harm our school? There. Would it harm the school? Would it help with the property taxes? Any comments? And maybe this is also Ron's area.
Yeah, I think we could all speak at length about that, but perhaps Ron might be the most succinct response.
So the latest proposal that I've seen has consolidation with incentives for school districts of 1,000 students, maybe 1,200 students. Our district has 3,000 students. And I think as you do a cost analysis of school districts, it's the small schools of 30 students, 60 students that really are not cost effective. And I know the Secretary of Education, Rebecca Holcomb, is really concerned, as I would be, of schools that are so small that you don't have the opportunities that schools like Putney Central provide because of the economy of scale. So I think that's been the focus most recently of smaller districts, maybe that they can consolidate and think about sharing resources. A good example I think about is Brookline and Newfane, just up the road, where they felt it made sense for Brookline, a very small school, to join in partnership with Newfane, and it's been very successful. Great programmatic changes for the students, but also cost effective for both towns. And I think that's what the legislature is trying to replicate. Another concern I have is the latest version has a 2% cap on spending for equalized pupils. And so that's just kind of an arbitrary cap where if you spend more than 2%, you have a penalty for that spending. Again, I think we do a really good job trying to keep our costs down, but just to cap it on a percentage like that, it's really I don't know, maybe they think that it's going to have a real big impact on those smaller schools, but it would impact all schools. So as Mike said, it's changing, and I know there'll be a lot of review. I know they'll have a lot of people provide input, as they did at the end of the session last year. So I really feel like our district, our SU, Supervisory Union, is in good shape. I think most of our schools are about 120 to 150, 70 kids, with a very strong program at each elementary school, and also the middle schools and high school is very strong. So I hope that it doesn't impact us. I don't think it will, but if there's an arbitrary cap on spending, that always affects all schools.
Ann Fine has her hand up there. No, wait for the, it's coming. It might be crackling, but it's coming.
And Fines, does that work? Okay. We spent a lot of time this morning talking about school expenditures, as well we should, but a school board has a dual responsibility, which is both to try to represent the taxpayers and at the same time to represent the educational quality of a community. And I'd like, first of all, to thank this board for their support of the programs and the teaching that are going on in the school, but also to urge that they as well continue in the future to keep in mind that piece of their job. Thank you.
Tom Ehrenberg, right behind you there.
We'll hope. Tom Ehrenberg, I also want to thank you. A quick comment. One is that the budget fluctuates over the course of time, up, down a little bit, but frankly, that we provide as good an education as we do for $16,000, $17,000 per student is pretty remarkable. And I recognize that there's a tax burden involved there, but on some levels we are getting the bargain of the century in this district. And when I look at the comparisons with other towns our size, and I see that we're paying more for education per student, I'm proud, I'm not dismayed. That's comment one. And the second half of that is that you've added, you didn't go through the budget and do the highlights of the major changes, but the programs that you've added, the garden project, the food project, the preschool, they're wonderful and they're needed. And if it raises us, I don't even think it does bump us up significantly, because compared with, as the speaker said, the federal cut, you know, that's a jugular cut. These are very minor expenditures, even though they look alike. They're a lot. So I want to express thanks also for having the vision, the courage to sort of go ahead with those, even when it reflects in the budget. So thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other comments, questions? Yes.
Jan Bouch. And I think, you know, that if you start to think about education in the long term, you know what, Steve has said, when you look at the early childhood education, the preschool here, there's substantial research to support that is the best pathway out of poverty, substantial research. On the other end, if you look at, you know, how do we care about education and its impact on our communities, you start to look at things like criminogenic factors, which is a business that I've been in for a long time, where you kind of say, what is it that people need in order to stay out of their jails and become integrated in their communities so they become fully active and supportive in their communities? Big one is education. And if you look at the big top three in criminogenic factors, getting a GED is probably one of the most profound. Being able to hold a job and having permanent housing. So I think when you think about education and the expenditures that we make, it is a continuum that goes right from the very beginning when they enter preschool all the way through to where we can help integrate them back into our communities.
So Frank Rucker's now joined the table. If anyone has questions for him or any other further questions. Give you a minute to think about it. Okay. Seeing no more hands raised, I think we're ready to close debate. Okay. I'm going to restate this article. Article 6 moved that the Putney Town School District authorize its Board of School Directors to raise and appropriate the sum of $3,610,313 necessary to defray its expenses and liabilities for the ensuing year, 2015-2016. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Clearly the ayes have it, and this article is passed. Okay, Article 7, to determine whether the Putney Town School District will authorize the school board to borrow money in anticipation of taxes.
Alice Laughlin. I move that the Putney Town School District authorize its Board of School Directors to borrow money in anticipation of taxes.
Is there a second? Julie Forsythe, second. Did you get that? Okay, this is the moving that the Putney Town School District authorize its school board to borrow money in anticipation of taxes. Is there any debate or questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of Article 7, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Article 7 is passed. Article 8, to transact any other school business that may legally come before the annual school district meeting. Is there any, Ron Staley?
Hi. I'd just like to acknowledge a couple of board members that are leaving their boards. The first person is getting off the BUHS School District Board, and I don't believe she's here, Melanie Fletcher. She served on the town board for several years, and now she's finishing 3 years of service at the Brattleboro Union High School District 6. So I'd like to acknowledge Melanie's service to the district and the students. And the other person is getting off the Putney School District Board in recognition and appreciation of your dedication to the Putney Town School District during your 2 years of service, Steve Bausch.
Is there any other business?
I just
Alice?
like to share that obviously the school board's very on top of the concern, the evident issue of the population in Putney of school-age children coming down. It's further complicated by house prices in Putney being high, and there not being many of them, so young families who are not financially very well off can't move into Putney. So we are doing, while maintaining a fiscally sound budget, we're doing all we can to promote and expand Putney's assets. And I think we're doing a pretty good job on that, and we're fostering conversations across the community, inviting people to talk to us, so we can keep this a very active, it's at the top of our agenda every meeting. I want to share that, well, I want to say that Frank wasn't here, but he's fabulous. We're very, very, very glad to have him. He explains things to us. We understand what he says, and that's a good thing.
Can I?
Yeah.
I would just like to add, if any of you that had particular questions that I didn't answer in the depth, please take a moment and talk to Frank. It would be very helpful.
And then I want to share that there are 2 people retiring from Putney this year. We heard about Kathy Bartlett, who Kathy has had an impact on every person who has walked through the door for the last 35 years. I consider her a close personal friend and have the highest respect for her in every context. I speak for myself, but I know I also do indeed speak for everyone else. And we will miss you. And your presence will resonate for years. It will never go. Kathy Ingram is also retiring. Kathy started 24 years ago as a parent volunteer. Then what did she do? She was a parent volunteer, then she was a paraprofessional, and then she got her certificate in special ed and has been a huge asset, a big part of our community in the middle school for several years. So she's usually here, I believe, but she's not here today. So we thank you.
Thanks. And I would just like to reiterate how critically important your support has been to the lives of so many children here in Putney. Because, you know, at the end of the day, that's really what this is all about, right? It's about our kids. It's not about any of us up here. Frankly, it's not a lot about you out there. But it's fabulous to be able to get the endorsement that we get here. I'm in my 5th year here at Putney Central, and when I tell my colleagues how these meetings go, they simply cannot believe it. We maintain a civil tone towards one another. Questions come up, which we hopefully answer in useful fashion. And we try to present a budget to you through the board that you'll be able to support wholeheartedly. And it has happened all 5 years I've been here, and I hope it happens for many more years to come. And I want to extend my heartfelt appreciation for all of the hard work that you do to support our kids here at Putney Central.
Okay, thank you.
Kathleen O'Reilly.
Hi, my name is Kathleen O'Reilly Lawrence, and I would like to ask the man who came in late, if you wouldn't mind explaining the school budget to us, how the breakdown is. My understanding is that approximately 76 cents of every tax dollar is in the education side. So if you could help us understand that better, I would greatly appreciate it.
So I am very familiar with the school side of the tax equation, but of course, from your point of view, you're dealing with the municipal tax as well as the school. It's combined to get to what you ultimately pay. So I can speak to the school portion. And let me just refer, I'm guessing Ron has already covered the bulk of it. What page was the tax? 49? 49. So I think the very important thing to understand is that the way in which the tax rate is set is very different, as you know, from the municipal side. We used to be together prior to 1996, which is we look at a grand list at the municipal side and we simply say, what is the proportion of the annual budget proposal relative to the grand list? So an example is if we brought $1 million budget to town meeting and our grand list is $1 million, our tax rate is $1. Since 1996, under Act 60, it's a very different equation for the school district. The school district budget tax rate is not set on the grand list in any form. Page 49 essentially maps out the entire school funding formula, and to answer your question, the way in which the rate is derived. So I suspect you folks are ready to move on to town meeting business on other articles. I'm happy to explain the derivation of the rate in detail, maybe after the meeting if you're more interested, but just in general, what it is our spending of 3.6 million that's on the top line. That's the board's proposed budget. We reduce that spending by revenue that we receive for special education reimbursements, from tuition aid, and so on, and we get a net spending number. That number is the 3 million that's in that top bracket of your report on page 49. We're almost done with a rate calculation. It's then our net spending divided by our kids, number of kids, to get a cost per student. That's the basis for setting the tax rate. The legislature each year says, we're going to announce a base rate that all schools will compare themselves to, and the ratio of what we spend per student to that base rate is the final calculation for the tax rate, which in our case on page 49, it's this 3 million divided by 177 kids is 16,951. 16,951 per student is compared to this 9,459 number that's in very small print, but that calculation is right there under the 16,952 that says that we spend 179% of that base. We multiply that times $1 because that's our statewide property tax, and there's our rate, $1.79. You see that right there. This is the local tax rate, case K8, okay, $792. That's the way the rate is set. From there, we look at our membership in BUHS. There's a weighted average of the tax rates, but it's basically the same concept. That is added to the municipal rate, and then ultimately the select board will have a tax bill developed from this, and the check that the town office cuts to the school district is the combined rate. So that's the way it works. I probably didn't answer all your questions in terms of the proportion of municipal versus school, but it is not unusual, as I'm sure you know, to be somewhere around 70 to 80% of a total town tax bill. That's typical in Vermont towns.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions, any other issues to be brought before this portion of the meeting? Okay, so I think this closes the school district portion of the meeting. It is now 11:30, more or less. So we could continue right on into the town. I think lunch is generally planned for 12 o'clock, is that right? So we could have a small moment of change of the guard up front here, and then we'll move on to the town portion of the meeting, at least start it. So invite the select board now to come up on the stage. And I'd also like to invite our town manager, Cynthia Stoddard, if there's no objection.
Okay.
Steve Head?
I move that the town accepts the report of last town meeting.
Okay, is there a second? Your name is? Norm Bartlett. Is second the motion. Okay, so now we are going to discuss Article 9 to see if the town will accept the report of the last town meeting. Arthur Westing.
Arthur Westing. I'd like to amend this article to read, to see if the town will accept the report of the last two town meetings, 4th of March and 22nd of May.
Is there a second for that amendment? Alan Blood, second that amendment. Do you want to speak to that, Arthur, and explain? Yes.
Did you get a second?
Yes, Alan Blood, second.
There isn't too much to speak to, except that the last town meeting was a special meeting, and what we really want to do is approve of the minutes of both of the last two meetings. I think my amendment was really obvious.
Just an oversight on our part for not having that in there. Thank you, Arthur.
Can you put that in writing so we can get that into the, so that is, would you repeat it, please? Oh, wait a second. Okay, so we have to vote on,
all right.
Okay, let's get the amendment.
My amendment reads as follows. Article 9, to see if the town will accept the report of the last two town meetings, the one of 4 March and the one of 22 May, 2014.
Okay, do you want to say something, Bendy? Oh, I think that was already seconded. Okay, Alan Blood seconded that. So is there any discussion about the amendment that's on the table, it's on the floor? Okay, you ready to vote on this? We were voting on the amended Article 9 to see if the town, oh, sorry. Yes, we're voting on amendment, that's what I'm saying. I'm going to read the amendment. The article as the amendment, which is to restate that if the town will accept the report of the last two town meetings, the one of March 4th and the one of May 22nd, 2014. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Clearly the ayes have it. So Article 9 is amended, that the amendment is passed, and now we have to vote on the article. So we are voting on Article 9. Is there any other discussion at this point? Okay, we're going to vote to see if the town will accept the report of the last two town meetings, the one of 4 March, he actually said 4 March, and 22 May, 2014. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. The amended Article 9 is passed. $10 bill dropped in the men's bathroom if anybody would like to claim it. Not you, sorry, Deb.
School budget.
Okay. What were you doing in the men's bathroom, Elizabeth? Yeah, I guess. Okay, so now we will proceed to Article 10 to see if the town will accept the auditor's report. Do we have a motion for this article?
Yes, I'm going to make a motion on this, but I'm going to also take a moment to allow us to...
Wait, Scott, I don't think we can hear you very well.
Yeah, that's on. I'd just like to take a moment to introduce ourselves. My name is Scott Henry, currently the chair of the board.
Steve Head, vice chair.
Josh Lachlan, secretary, I believe. That's what it's called.
Cynthia Stoddard, town manager.
We rotate the seat every year, and in the interest of keeping things lively.
Which means when you have complaints coming up, it'll be Steve who will be your chair.
With any luck, that's right. All right.
I'm learning to pass the buck, though.
Oh, it's your $10. That's it. All right. The next article, Article 10, is to see if the town will accept the auditor's report. And that the auditor's report is an independent audit that we have now do every year.
Why don't we move the article, and then you can speak to it?
Yes,
Okay.
I will. All right.
Okay,
At any rate, to see if the town will accept the auditor's report.
Is there a second? Ellen Kay.
Thank you.
Okay. So now we're opening discussion on Article 10 to see if the town will accept the auditor's report. Okay, now if you'd like to say something, Scott.
Well, I'll just say, I mentioned it's on page 6, if you want to take that.
The auditor report is on page 6. The financial statements are available.
Okay. The audit information is on page 6.
And complete financial statements are available at Town Hall to anyone.
Or on the website.
Or on the website for anyone who's interested.
Scott, do you want to say anything more about it?
The audit, you'll notice later on in the articles is a motion to eliminate the town auditor's position as an elected position. This is it's a clear case of 18th and 19th century law meeting modern times. That modern accounting is a pretty complicated science, as it were, and for volunteer citizens to perform a true audit function is becoming more and more unlikely in the absence of somebody who really has knowledge stepping up into those positions, that elected position. Many towns in Vermont now have their audit done professionally, as I believe the school district does. But that's essentially what I have to say about that.
Are there any questions about
Up to you folks.
about this auditor's report? Oh, sorry, yeah, in the back there.
Hi, Susan Taylor. So an elected official is paid a certain amount, which we vote to choose to pay them, and I'm just wondering what the difference is, what we would pay generally for a professional to come and do it.
What is our auditing? Do you recall what
The elected auditors, there's no budget for the elected auditors, so we don't pay them. The financial audit this year in the proposed budget is, I think, $10,800. It's around $10,000 a year. It was as high as $20,000 when I first got here. So we've reduced the workload for the outside auditors within the past 6 years. So the cost has gone down, and we did go out to bid. I think it was last year, 2 years ago. We had the same auditor for several years. And we felt it was time to put it out to bid. We received bids from a firm in Maine, our current auditor, and I believe one in Montpelier, and we did select the auditor that we had been working with. And he did come down on his price because all of a sudden he was needing to be competitive. So, and we'll continue to do the process of bidding every 3 years.
The other thing is that depending on where we have gotten borrowing from, and we are not currently, I believe, required to have an outside audit for specific funding that we have, but with some funding, outside audits are a requirement of that federal funding, I believe it is. So this is something we would sort of likely be having to do periodically anyway, and we find that it sort of makes more sense to go ahead and do it on a regular basis because it's much more comprehensive, and it's also a completely outside and professional audit, which just puts different eyes on it. So.
I would just note that we're not actually voting on whether or not we should have an outside audit. We have already had the outside audit. We are now voting on whether to accept the report, which is in the town report. Are there any other questions about the report specifically? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to vote. All in favor of Article 10, to see if the town will accept the auditor's report, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes clearly have it. Article 10 is passed. Okay, Article 11, to see if the town will vote to exempt Landmark College from municipal and educational taxation beginning April 1st, 2015 on the 4.10 acres with a 5-unit apartment building located at 64 River Road South, Lot 7430, purchased February 7, 2014, as authorized by 32 VSA Section 3831A of the Vermont State Statutes.
So moved, Josh Laughlin.
Okay, well, I'm not then. He's not going to reread that. Is there a
Unless
second?
anybody wants
That's
me to, I'm not going to reread it.
There's this, wait a second, excuse me. Is there a second for this motion? For this? We have to
wait till
second
it's
it.
seconded before you can talk about
Eva Mondin is seconding. Okay, and so now we are open on to debate for Article 11. I'm just going to reread this one time, so it's reread twice. It's supposed to be reread 3 times, but this is long. Okay, to see if the town will vote to exempt Landmark College from municipal and educational taxation beginning April 1, 2015 on the 4.10 acres with a 5-unit apartment building located at 64 River Road South, Lot 7430, purchased February 7, 2014, as authorized by 32 VSA Section 3831A of the Vermont State Statutes. Okay, well, now we're open for debate. Yes, down here. Please.
Hello. Young people in the
excuse
back.
me, could you just please give us your name first?
Mike Papa. For young people in the back, it's not going to affect me, but as long as you keep giving, Landmark is a great school. I don't have anything against they're teaching their kids, but they're also looking to make this here a town a college town. They want to keep taking more and more pieces of property off of tax rolls and dumping the taxation on to the individual, young people. Because the older people, we're going to be gone. I mean, they've got 3 pieces of land that they bought on River Road. One they bought from Pete Shumlin. Pete doesn't give anything away. But, they're looking to get this here. They're looking to get this here taken off. It's a 5 or 6 apartment house that they're collecting rents on. There's 2 other single. They're going to a 4-year college. They need all of that for dormitories, which they want you to pay for. They want a new sidewalk.
Excuse me, we're just discussing this one tax exemption, so let's keep comments relevant to this at the moment. Okay.
These are all tied together.
Okay.
It's all the same Landmark College. The thing is that they're getting upwards of $75,000 to $100,000 per kid for tuition. They want us to pay for the sidewalk. They'll toss in $125 grand on $1 million job. That's like 12.5%. Who's going to pay for the other 88%? Us, the town people. Why can't they do, if they're worrying about their kids walking down to town, do like Putney School. Putney School's been doing it for years. They got their minibuses. 2 or 3 times a week,
Excuse me,
they run the kids.
let's keep relevant to the tax exemption at the moment.
Okay, well, this is this is all tax. Who's going to pick up the extra tax dollars?
If the body would like to continue this conversation, I'm happy to let it go on.
Anybody else want to talk?
No, wait, excuse me. I'm the one who recognizes people. Okay.
Please address the moderator.
Yes. Okay, are you finished? Thank you. Okay. Okay. I'd like to ask, if no one objects, I'd like to ask Peter Eden, who's had his hand raised, who is the president of Landmark College, and to have a chance to speak to this question.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to address some of those comments. I understand your concerns. For a matter of clarity, the 64 River Road property is a 5-unit apartment building for faculty and staff of the college. It's not planned to be used as a dormitory. And yes, It's for faculty and staff, so we can have housing, so we can bring people in to help. And also, we are a 2 and a 4-year college right now, so we have 3 baccalaureate programs. We have donated $60,000 to the town to help with the sidewalk project. We're going to give another $120,000. We've helped immensely with the grant proposals to fund this project. It's critically important that our students make it into the town safely to provide revenue to the town and to enliven the town, and for the town residents to make it to the college to use the resources. So I just wanted to add that bit of clarity about the use of 64 River Road, which is germane to this one warrant.
Did you want to speak now?
I do.
Okay.
I'm Steve Bain, and Peter, it's nice to see you this morning. I'm sorry that I'm going to have to, we usually agree on things, and I'm sorry that I'm not able to agree with you this morning. We, as a town, give a lot of tax breaks, and we've spoken about this, you and I personally. To me, it seems that while Landmark has been generous in making some money available for different projects, I think that it's important that you make more of an investment in a town that's been very generous to, not you personally, but to Landmark. I'm very much in favor of the school being in the town, and I want to support you when I can, but I don't feel that I would be able to on this measure.
Yeah, I'll have to let some other people speak before I recognize you again, Peter. So a hand up here.
Hello, I'm Susan McMahon. I just wanted some clarity. I know we have to deal with each issue separately, but it seems like there's some sort of plan to this, and so I would love for Landmark College to explain to us what they're planning to do, having, I think, 3 or 4 properties they're asking. And also, what I'd like to know is, what does this affect our tax rate? So that's all.
Okay, would you like to answer that question, Peter?
Thank you again. Also, I meant to mention, just again for clarity, our students are not charged $75,000 or $100,000. It is a very expensive educational model. It's $61,000 a year, and we provide about $8 million in scholarship, and we hope to raise more money to help students. We're obviously a not-for-profit. We don't make any money. We have to raise upwards of $600,000 a year to balance our budget, but that's just for clarity. In terms of these requests, there are 3 pieces of property, 2 of them faculty and staff housing, 1 of them some functional use to help the college, help our students. One aim we have is we hope to build an athletics field, possibly an artificial turf field on our campus. To do that, we need to move our facilities operation across the street. We're built on a mountain. Our only flat land is our facilities at the college, and we don't have an athletics field. Our students use the quad, and when we have soccer tournaments to help the community, it's on the quad. It's not regulation size. We really have to have an athletics field. We're now a 4-year college. We aim to grow and to satisfy all these students, and to do that we have to move the facilities across the street. So we see faculty staff housing for some of these purposes. We need to move facilities in order to build an athletics field. We've paid, in lieu of taxes, $32,500 a year for 5 years. That's about $178,000. We've just agreed to increase that to almost $38,000 a year, to increase by 3.7% every year to support the town as well. So the purposes are to do just that, to make it possible for possibly an artificial turf field where we can hold tournaments, students can play soccer, not just Landmark College, kids in the town. And to do that, we needed the property across the street. Thank you.
No, just a second. We'll have to give other people a chance before you get to speak again, okay? Okay, okay.
Hi, I'm Steve Bain again. Relative to this whole thing, what I would like to see personally is the faculty of the school making an further investment in the town. There are a lot of properties in town that are up for sale, and it seems to me that as a town, it behooves us to have the faculty of the college investing in properties and land ownership, and I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to ask Cynthia Stoddard to answer the portion of Mr. Bain's question about how this affects our tax rate.
Am I allowed to do all of them at once, or are we taking one at a time?
I think that since all this issue is, I think that you can answer that relative to all three of them, if there's no objection to that, because they really.
The first thing I'll give you is the information on 64 River Road. The value of that property is, it's assessed on our tax rolls as $521,400. The taxes on it, the municipal portion of the taxes is $3,122.66. The education tax is $7,607.23. This is all based off of last year's figures, so just keep that in mind when we're using any numbers. The fourth tax rate, the tax rate that you see is that the voted exemptions that are on your tax bill. You see that on all of your tax bills. They pay $51.62. That helps pay for any of the voted exemptions that we have at town meeting. The education portion of the tax, when you vote a voted exemption, and I'm not sure we've really talked about this at town meeting before, but when you vote an exemption, the education portion is still due. So that portion of the education tax will be spread throughout the other taxpayers on this fourth tax rate. For all of the properties, if all of the properties were to be voted exempt, I did a calculation on what that would mean to that fourth tax rate for everybody. And if you have a $100,000 house, it would be an increase of $6.90 on that fourth tax rate. So depending on what the value of your house, it'll increase or it'll be a little bit less. I don't know that I want to give all the taxes on each one. I think it might get confusing once we get to the other
so
ones.
why don't we just stick to the tax on article?
Did that answer the question about taxes for this one property?
On this first.
Okay, so let me just clarify. If they were voted tax exempt on this one property, we would not be able to bill them for the municipal tax, which is $3,122. And the education tax would be $7,607 that we would still have to pay to the school districts. Not the college, the Putney School District or the Union High, yeah.
This would remove this burden from Landmark College and distribute it amongst the taxpayers to the amount.
Yes.
So that per $100,000 of value that you have, you would be paying an additional $6.40 per year.
Okay, so there are a lot of hands up. I don't know what the order is here, but I saw some. I think you.
Can I just clarify that $6.90 that we're talking about? That's for all three. If all three were exempt, I didn't do the calculation for the one property. Okay.
Okay, so right here and behind Alice.
Thank you. Norm Bartlett. I was just wondering if this is a recommendation of the select board to defer these taxes, or it's simply a request of Landmark College.
This is a moved or an accepted article and in the warning, and we are not going to have a position on this. We are brought it here for the voters to decide.
And I believe we are required by the state to allow this request for exemption. Is that correct? Do you?
I was just wondering if the request came to the select board and it recommends to the town that we grant these exemptions, or it's simply a request from Landmark College?
It's simply a request from Landmark College, and we without making a recommendation either way, we recognize that this is an increased burden on taxpayers, but we also recognize that Landmark makes very significant contributions to the town in many different ways. I think that we would rather be the pleasure of the people rather than a recommendation of the select board as which way to vote on it.
Thank you.
So back behind you, Alice Mays.
Alice Mays here. I happen to have the pleasure of being a neighbor of Landmark College, and I want to acknowledge that Landmark has been a very good neighbor to me. I very much appreciate them. I also want to appreciate Landmark College for contributing substantially to the municipal general fund of Putney. They, as Peter just said, they contribute $32,500 to the municipal fund, which defrays the cost of the debt service of the fire department. So we here in Putney indeed are very grateful to that. I'm also grateful to the contribution that Landmark College is making to the sidewalk fund, which will benefit me greatly. So they really have been very good neighbors. However, I also come from Philadelphia, where I watched the University of Pennsylvania acquire one piece of property after another. And I really think that we should think about all three of these properties that are on the agenda today. If we forgive all three of them, we will be forgiving $18,842.31. Now that's a lot of money for the rest of us to pick up on our tax burden, even though it, as Cynthia said, is just $6.90 per 100 valuation of your property. I also appreciate the fact that Peter says that his contribution to the general fund is going to be increasing by 3.7% per year. And so his proposal, as I understand it, for 2016 will be $33,700. That's an increase of $1,200, which if I compare, and maybe I'm comparing apples and oranges, but we're going to be forgiving them $18,842. The increase that he's proposing is $1,200. And once we forgive these three properties, I imagine that they will not ever come back on our tax rolls. We're setting a precedent for forgiving them for property taxes, I assume, going forward, because I think they will be acquiring other properties. So thank you very much for listening.
Okay. Benji Cragen over here had his hand up.
Benji Cragen. I think we all can agree that Landmark is a critical
and vital part of Putney, and we do appreciate everything you do. We appreciate you doing the Putney Rec League tournament and being generous with your space. I think we've gotten to a point, though, where quite frankly, as much, even if you wanted to, we can't afford this anymore. We are on a trajectory right now, taxation-wise, that is unsustainable. It basically is unsustainable. And what I'm worried about, is what's going to end up happening is we're going to start having changes forced on us, not by our school board, but by Montpelier and things like that. It's going to get to that point. And as much as, I don't want to hinder your expansion. I know the money is tight. I know every dollar counts. But, start talking about we can't get, young families to move in here, because it's starting to become too expensive to live. And so, I'm sorry, I just can't support this.
Eva Mondin back here. In the back.
Eva Munden. That comment about Pete Shumlin, I want to let you know, he gave me a program called Dragon Speak because he knew I had issues about printing and typing and so on and so forth. So he does give things away occasionally. Yeah, and I appreciate him. And I don't even know if he owned the building over there. Who gives a, well, anyway, I'll tell you this. Landmark College, a nonprofit, this town is full of non-profit centers of education, and it's so important. We consistently support these schools. And you know why? Because it brings jobs. I look at the moderator. She works over at Landmark. Now, she doesn't want me to say that, but I did. And this room is filled with people that directly or indirectly benefit from Landmark. The pharmacy, that pharmacy's major for that school. They make money. The pharmacy, I mean, hey, that's the general store. We make money off of Landmark. You can laugh about it, but we do, whether it's the gas station, or it's the pharmacy, or it's your income, or it's what pays for your kids to go to college or whatever. Major, it's a major piece. And we can whine and moan about affordable housing, and that goes way back to a whole nother story, which I won't bring up now. But we are having some affordable housing renovated there on down past Fletcher Proctor's office. But we're a town of education facilities, and you're foolish, anybody in here is foolish not to support that. Why? Because every town in Vermont begs businesses to come in that are for-profit and gives them tax breaks. You know it. Every one of you in here knows that. So it's foolish not to support this. And it's not this guy, Peter. That school was in existence a hell of a long time before he came along doing this job as a young whippersnapper over here. But the thing is, we wouldn't have the fire department. Now would we, Arthur Westing, if it wasn't for the work that you did on twisting the arms of the private schools to get that? You didn't pay any tax money on that. Not a damn one of you in here paid tax money on that new building. Hey, a lot of things happen. The select board, the school board, and people in the community like Arthur behind the scenes do a lot of work to make sure that we get benefits from this outfit and from all the other schools. So you can be silly and you can whine and moan, but I'm going to tell you something. The benefit for this town, it's major. It's major income for people in this town. So there you have it.
Okay, thank you, Eva. We'll take someone from over there.
Good afternoon, Lawrence O'Neill. My understanding is that when one of these exemptions is granted, it's granted in perpetuity. We lose that tax revenue forever.
It can be requested to be revisited at a later date if people want it to be. But when this particular type of exemption is granted, yes, in perpetuity, unless it is requested to be.
Perhaps something that we should consider, rather than granting it in perpetuity now, based on a financial snapshot valid only today. We have no idea what's going to happen tomorrow or next year, as Benji said, with taxes or changes from Montpelier, we're being asked to make a decision based on information that is only valid today. There will be changes coming down the road with all of our economics based on things from Montpelier, based on things from the federal government. Perhaps the exemption should be granted for a finite period.
Would you like to
only then be revisited again at another time, rather than being granted in perpetuity and it being gone.
Would you like to make an amendment to state that, and that we can vote on whether the body wants to accept that as an
I will put forth an
amendment?
amendment that it should be granted for a finite period. What that period should be would be up to the consensus here, I believe. I don't think I'm qualified to make that
If you're going to
recommendation,
make a motion to amend, then you need to have that time period in the
5
motion
years.
to amend.
Granted for 5 years?
For 5 years
Can we
to
get
be
the
revisited.
wording of that proposed amendment exactly, please?
I propose that the Article 12?
Article 11.
11 be amended to state that this exemption be granted for a finite period, that being 5 years, to be reassessed by the town at that time.
Okay.
Or revisited, excuse me, rather than reassessed. Don't want to use a tax word.
Is there a second for that amendment? A second. Your name, please? Did you get that? I think we need a microphone. I don't think we caught that name. Yeah, he's giving, we didn't hear it.
Robin Ekstrom, I second the motion. I do have a question when the floor is open to debate.
Okay, I'm just going to restate this amendment that we are now considering, which is to see if the town will vote to accept Landmark College for a finite period of 5 years. Is that correct? For a finite period of 5 years from municipal and educational taxation beginning April 1, 2015 on the 4.10 acres with a 5-unit apartment building, etc., for that piece of property, to be reassessed in 5 years. Is that, I'm not sure that I had that wording quite clear.
I don't think reassessed would be correct. It would be to,
Revisit it,
to be
revisit,
revoted
revisit it,
after a
revisit
period
it.
of 5 years.
Revoted, or revisited? Revisited? Okay, if you want to amend the amendment, Alan, you can. You want to make a friendly amendment to the amendment?
I think the clearest way to do it would be to have Article 11 as stated, and then at the end, add for a period of 5 years.
You'll notice the language in Article 14.
For a period of 5 years, just simply adding that at the end of that whole article? You who moved that, made that amendment, are you willing to accept that friendly amendment to the amendment? Okay. So I think we have an amendment on the floor right now. Is that clear? Okay, we had a second? So is there any discussion about that particular amendment, which is now on the floor? Steve, do you have? Yeah, microphone, people.
It seems to me that if it is a residence for teachers, they are, or staff, they are income producing, which puts them in the same category as any renter in this town. And every renter via their landlord is also covering their property tax. So it seems to me that this is kind of a little bit of a different circumstance. And it just doesn't seem fair, especially if the persons using the apartments or having this advantage have kids. They're going into the system. They're using the town, their residents in the town, in a little bit different status than the students. I believe that a school does qualify for and recognizes the need for a nonprofit subsidy from the community in general. But this seems to be a little bit different circumstance that we need to perhaps address in a separate category than operational expense of the school. If the people in those, renting those units or using those units were renting, they would be paying into the general fund accordingly. So, thank you.
Can I?
Point of order, yes. At this point, yes, we're talking about the amendment, which is to add that clause at the end for a period of 5 years. Thank you, Alan. Okay, so any comments to that particular amendment? Yes, back here. Where's the microphone?
Right.
Oh, sorry, I just recognized someone back there, sorry. I'll get back to you.
This is Deirdre Kelly. I'd like to suggest that the revision be at 3 years instead of 5.
Okay, I think we can entertain one amendment to the amendment. And so now there... I second that amendment. Okay, there's been a second. So now there's a new second amendment on the floor, which is to see if the town will vote to exempt Landmark College.
It can just be a friendly amendment.
Okay, friendly amendment to a period of 3 years. And there's a second for that, right? Okay, so now we are discussing this is all that we can amend. We can't re-amend. We can't keep changing this at the moment. So we are now debating 3 years instead of 5 years. So I think I saw you back there first. Wait for the.
I just need a point of clarification. Janice Baldwin, Priest Drive. A point of clarification that would help me make a decision on this, if it's possible for Landmark to indicate which of these pieces of property is going to be used as residential and which one is going to have the facility moved there so they can build their full field. Is that possible at this time to indicate how these properties are going to be used?
Peter, would you like to answer that question?
I think we need to clarify the vote for 3 years before we continue to have discussion about other aspects of this. Is that correct, Virginia?
I don't know. I mean, I think this is somewhat... Okay, do you want to clarify that? It might be... What do you think, Tom? We should what? Just get it on the 3-year vote business? Okay. Tom says yes. Do the 3-year vote. Okay. I mean, I think we couldn't have more discussion about that. And then, unless someone wants to call the question on that amendment, we can discuss the 3 years period, if that seemed fair, whatever you want to say. Okay. I see a hand here first, and Alice, you've spoken already. Deb? Wait a sec. Wait for the microphone.
Deb Stetson, I propose we call a vote.
Call a vote.
Call a vote.
Okay, Deb's calling the question on the amendment to the amendment. Second, there's a second. Did you get that? Second? And your name is? Stephen Bain. Stephen Bain. All right, so a call to question requires a 2/3 vote. So all those in favor, actually 2/3 vote, you need to raise your hands. All those in favor of calling the question on the amendment to the amendment, raise your hand. All those opposed? Okay, obviously we're going to have it. Okay, we're going to go ahead with a vote on the amendment, which is all the Article 11 for a period, to exempt them for a period. At the end, it's going to say for a period of 3 years. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Nay. Okay, I'm going to ask for division of the House on this. It's very unclear who won that vote.
Is everybody clear that all we're voting on is changing this article from saying for a period of 3 years? As we're not actually voting on the article, we're just voting on the amendment.
The amendment to the amendment.
Was that clear to people? Okay, could we revote that, Virginia?
Okay, if you're asking for revote, yes, okay, we can have a revote. So now, is it clear that a yes vote says you are accepting the amendment to the article to say it will be exempt for a period of 3 years? A nay vote says you are striking down that amendment to the amendment. That brings us back to 5 years, yes. No. Okay, Alan, okay. We amended, I guess you're right, we amended the First Amendment to...
Right, it was a friendly amendment to the amendment. There was no vote on the 5-year amendment. So all we're doing is voting to add the statement to Article 11 for a period of 3 years. Has nothing to do with 5 years, it's just 3 years because it was a friendly amendment. So
wait, so I'd like to ask my parliamentarian here, Tom Ehrenberg, what, do we then go back to 5 years or? No. Right. No. Right. That's what I thought, right. Okay. So,
no,
is that clear?
I believe you're incorrect, Tom, because I believe that it was a friendly amendment to change it from 5 years to 3 years.
No, I don't think it was a friendly amendment, and Anita, I think it was moved and seconded, right, Anita? It was moved and seconded, and so it was not a friendly amendment. It was an accepted amendment. It was a secondary amendment to the First Amendment, right? So I think that I agree with Tom that we'll go back to 5 years after we consider 3 years. If this passes, this becomes the amendment to the amendment. Okay, and so I would like to see a division of the House on this. Please that means raise your hands. And so I will clarify. So a yes vote on this amendment is that we will be exempting Landmark College from taxes on this particular property only. That we are not considering all 3 properties. We're just considering Article 11.
Yes.
Okay, wait a second. Tom's shaking his head at me. What do you?
This vote is whether or not to change the wording of the amendment from
Right.
5 years to 3 years.
But I just want to clarify that the amendment is for 3 years. We're exempting for 3 years. That's what that means. Okay. All we're voting on is whether it's 3 years or 5 years. So a yes vote is that for a period of 3 years. So we could try a voice vote again with that clarified. Let's see. All in favor of changing the amount of time to 3 years, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
But people say speak louder. Let's have a division of the House. Let's have a hand vote. I would like to have a hand vote. Does anybody object to that?
From a logistics standpoint, we need to have, I believe, the JPs to do the count if we're going to have a hand vote. We haven't typically done that, but I believe that's the requirement.
It's good. I mean, the select board can do it if you want to do it.
Okay.
But are there JPs here who would like to participate in the count? Each one take a section would help. Is there somebody else? Alan's here. Eva's here. Is another JP. Nancy and Maggie. Yeah. If you each took a section, we probably could do this pretty quickly. Okay. So, all in favor of the amendment? Yes. Absolutely you do. Yes, absolutely you do. Okay. The amendment.
Yes, and don't forget us up here on the table.
Yes, and they get to vote too. And hold your hand up high until you're told the vote is complete. So we're voting now for the language of a period of 3 years. All in favor, raise your hands.
I can't vote.
Did you vote?
I'm abstaining.
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, do you have your numbers?
How many did you get?
32, 30, and Eva, what'd you get? You got 41? 21. Okay, so that's 83. Okay, you can put your hands down now. All opposed? I think it's pretty clear that the ayes have it. I don't really think we need to, do we need, we have to do the
You need to
count?
have the results of the count.
Okay, we have to do the results, so count, yes, count. Hold your hands up and count. We'll count. $12, 9.
Thank you. As long as somebody does.
Okay, that's 32 to 83. That's clearly the ayes have it. Okay, so now we are the amendment. So now we are on to the discussion of the amended article, which is to exempt Landmark College from municipal and educational taxation on this property for a period of 5 years.
3 years.
No. 3 years, sorry. Yes, sorry, 3 years. Right, you're allowed to tell me when I'm wrong. That's part of the rules. Okay, for a period of 3 years. Do we have to Yeah. I think, yes, okay. I think we should finish with this vote before we break for lunch. Is my call on this. If anybody objects. Okay. Okay, so now we have already a second. It's an amended, it's on the table, right? We don't have to have a second, right? Okay, any further debate? Point of order, yes, what? Who? Oh, sorry. Okay, so that's not the point of order, though. Wait. No, because that was defeated. It's now a 3-year amendment. The amendment is for 3 years, and
Correct. Yes.
yes.
No, if you do an amendment.
Yes, because the 5-year was changed to 3 years, and that was passed. So now we're voting on the 3-year amendment for a period of 3 years added on. We're voting to see if we want to add that clause onto the end of Article 11 at all, right? Okay, so now it's open for discussion, and we have someone here who anxiously wants to speak. Can you take the...
Robin Ekstrom. First, I want to congratulate the town on having so far the greatest point of contention in this town meeting be whether or not we're going to exempt Landmark for a period of 3 years or 5 years. I think that's a pretty admirable record of harmony. But I did have a question for the gentleman from Landmark, wherever he is now, that I would just like to know if Landmark, I'm sure you do, have a long-term plan for what you wish to do in terms of physical, properties in the town, what you wish to purchase, where you wish to expand, and I would like to find out where that plan would be available to townspeople so that we would be aware of what future impact might be, because $6 per 100 of value is not overwhelming, but cumulatively it easily could be. Thank you.
Before you even speak to that, I'd just like to correct that $6 per $100 of valuation.
That was per $100,000.
It was per $100,000. If you had a property worth $100,000, it was $697.
Thank you for the clarification.
Right, but that's considerably different than $100, $690 on the $100 valuation.
Yeah, Peter's going to speak to that.
Sorry, excuse me, Peter,
question.
by all means.
And I trust that's for these 3 properties, not for all of the nonprofits in the town.
Correct.
It's a great question. In my view, it's contiguous property that's most important to any campus. I personally have never wanted to have an element of the college that's not contiguous to the campus. We're all about demystifying this college, proving to the students and to the world that we are a mainstream college. We just have a non-mainstream educational model. We need to have quite present athletics and other activities so our students see them. I'm not at all in favor of having a soccer field 3 miles away. And this is corny, but if we were able to fit a baseball field somewhere, and we can't right now, I'd want it to be visible from the campus so students can see that baseball field and realize learning disability, no learning disability, they're at a college and they could do everything any other college student can do. So I'm only interested in contiguous property. That's why we purchased these places on River Road. There's nothing else around, again, built on a mountain. So in terms of a master plan, we have an internal master plan, and it has involved the creation of a science, technology, and innovation center to finally finish the quad and to support our BS in computer science and our STEM programs, and also to build in an athletics field somehow. We don't have any master plan which includes purchasing property away from the campus at all. I'd be more than happy to share any master plan at any point with the town. But we've got nothing to hide. We just want to make this a real, genuine four-year college with everything these students expect. And I want to see it right there on campus, not 2 miles away where they can't hear the crack of the bat or they can't walk. And on that point, this is important. We're a residential college. About 96% of our students live on campus. It really is important that some of our faculty and staff are very, very close by to get to the dorm, to get to the tutoring center, to get to their classes. And this is why some of this property for faculty and staff serves a very strategic and tactical purpose. Thank you.
I'd like to interrupt for just a second. I've got a message, a red Toyota Corolla, Vermont Yankees closing, sticker on it, bumper sticker. It needs to be moved because it's blocking somebody who has to leave. You got it? Okay, I've got it. Okay, back there.
My name's Debbie Goldman. I live down River Road. I really question how the town is going to make up for the lost revenue from these properties. Beyond the first mile of River Road, the rest of River Road has not had any pavement for 23 years. There are 3 different places that are collapsing on the side of the road that need desperate attention, and since we're still waiting to see some pavement there, I just don't understand how the town can lose any money. And I've been paying taxes for 40 years in this town. I've been permanently disabled for almost 14, and I cannot afford to have my taxes go up anymore. There are a lot of elderly people in this town, and I have to say that I'm a little bit dismayed that if we aren't in this room right now, we have no voice in this town. We cannot vote on these issues unless we are here. And it is a great deal for me to be here in the physical condition I'm in. And it's just not right that we allow these 3 properties to go when we can't afford to pave River Road beyond the first mile that goes down past the college. We all deserve to have a decent road to live on and taxes that we can manage. And we do not have the money in this town to just keep handing out. And my question also is, who pays for the services that go to Landmark? The fire department, the sheriff's department, and rescue. Does that come out of the taxpayer pockets? Because if they aren't contributing to those, I'm sure those services have been there plenty more times in just the last year than in the 40 years that I've been a resident paying taxes. And I just think that there has to be a point where the town looks at the town as a whole and not just the downtown and Landmark College. It goes way beyond that. There are a lot of taxpayers that make up this town, and we just don't have the money to keep raising our taxes and paying more money.
I'm going to ask Cynthia to answer the question about Tom Goddard and Cynthia worked on putting together information on that, so I'm going to ask her to answer that question about services.
I don't need to.
Sorry. Come on.
The question of the services that go there, the fire, police, that question comes up often, and that's one of those things that we are trying to get quantified. The Sheriff's Department, we've been working with them to try to get the numbers quantified about how many calls are actually going up there. It's a hard number to quantify because it's not just the Sheriff's Department, the state police go up there. Tom has worked up the number of calls, and I believe that the number was 22% of the calls that we got last year were landmark. I want to say that because we broke down all the schools, because that was specifically what we were looking at. I believe, I didn't bring that paper with me, but I believe that the Putney School was like 18%, Greenwood was very small. So there was, what?
Putney School wasn't 18% of the overall number of calls.
Of the fire calls? Wasn't it that number? Well, all right.
So in other words, the taxpayers are paying for every time those services
so wait a
go
minute,
to college?
let me finish what I was saying. So the other part of the equation was, what do they pay? So they do pay, Landmark specifically pays to us what, like we said, the $32,500 a year. That helps to cover the bond payment for the fire station. And it also helps to cover some portion of a small portion of the general fund public safety budget, which is where we came up with for the next 5 years, the 3.7% increase over each year. Their payment to us will increase 3.7% over each year because that's what our public safety budget had been going up. So that was kind of where we came up with that number. We also bill Landmark for individual calls based on our ordinance, and we also bill them for the, Tom, you might have to give me the wording on that. I don't have that right in front of me. What is it that we also bill them for? Special detail things. I'm going to give an example of maybe an athletic event going on up there that you might go up and work at. We also bill them for fire prevention programs. Was that the other thing? I don't have that. Oh, maybe it's...
He needs a microphone.
I don't have that paper right here for some reason. So I can't give you an exact number, but there are other ways that they pay us to help cover those costs. So, and yes, we're making up the rest, just like any other fire call going to your house. If we go to somebody's house 50 times a year because they have medical condition, we don't charge them more. It's the rest of us help pay for that. So they're a citizen in our community.
Yes, but we're taxpayers.
Okay, excuse me, Debbie. Somebody else's turn now.
Did Tom answer the question? I kind of talked over. I'm sorry, Tom.
Or did you want to, Tom? Were you gonna?
Just to clarify, the college is no different than anybody else in town when it comes to our billing for services. We have the billing ordinance that we can bill people, any property owners or tenants of multifamily dwellings, anything like that. We have a billing ordinance that we go by for certain things, and then any of the schools, any of the commercial buildings in town, if we're called upon to do what we term a special detail, whatever that might be, whether it's a fire prevention coverage, whether it's providing medical coverage during sporting events, anything like that, we bill for that as well. So that goes on at the college just like it does everywhere else in town.
Lisa Papazian, over there.
I'm Lisa Papazian, and I agree with many people who have spoken on both sides of the issue today. I am incredibly supportive of Landmark. I think they're incredibly valuable to the town and provide critical, good jobs in this town for people who actually live here. On the other hand, I also hear from our school board meeting that we are under incredible pressure in terms of our grand list and how that is impacting our taxes and our costs. And I believe that there needs to be a balance, and there needs to be some kind of, there is some middle ground where this particular request, these three properties, I do feel there's a difference between faculty housing that is not dorm housing, they're not dorm heads, and you know, college facilities. I think I'm very supportive of the tax exempt properties that are college related and serve the college and college's expansion. I understand they have expanded, have invested heavily in their campus and continue to. And that's great for the town. It brings a lot of activity and jobs here. But it's great for jobs for people that live here and are taxpayers, but if increasingly people who work there are also in tax exempt housing, that becomes out of balance to me. So to me, there is a difference between these properties. And I think we really do need to look long-term at the long-term plans to really understand how that impacts our town. And I think it's reasonable. Landmark makes a lot of contributions to the town, as we've heard, in many ways, monetary and otherwise, but I do feel like there's a balance, and Landmark also needs to be responsible for thinking hard about that balance and what they're actually asking of the town.
Yes, Kate.
Aren't we discussing whether the motion on the article is going to be limited to 3 years rather than on the motion?
Yes, we are.
And I wondered if we could call the question on whether to limit it to 3 years and then discuss.
Okay. Yes.
No. What's been passed is amendment to the motion to limit the original motion, but we haven't.
We haven't passed the amendment. We have passed the amended, so now we're to the amendment, which is to limit it for 3 years. And I think you're right that we ought, and you're calling the question on that amendment. Is there a second for calling the question? Okay, Alan, okay, we have to have a call the question. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. We're calling the question on the amendment, which is to limit the exemption of Landmark College for 3 years. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? I think the ayes have it, which is to limit, so the article we are now going to vote on is to see if the town will vote to exempt Landmark College, et cetera, for a period of 3 years. So we could continue to debate that, or we could, okay. Jean Giddings over there, down there.
Jean Giddings. I want to say that I agree with Lisa's analysis about the three properties, that this one seems to be an income-producing property that is not really college purpose in quite the same way the athletic fields would be. But I also wanted to point out that it seems to me that since this property is owned by the college, that it remains on our grand list at its value last year and is taxed at that forever as long as they own it, that they, although it will not be exempt, it is favored and will be taxed on the grand list as on the 13-14 grand list, I think.
Is that? Yeah.
Is that enough? I'm sorry, people couldn't hear me?
No, I don't know if they understood exactly what you were saying.
What I'm saying is that when the college buys property in the town that's part of the college property, and it's not exempted by the town from taxation, it remains on our grand list at a favored rate, and that favored rate is the rate before they acquired it, essentially. So it will stay there, even if our grand list goes up, it stays at that particular value. And so their taxes are permanently lowered on this piece of property. It's not It's not the same as not having any taxes on it, but it is favored. And I feel that that's probably an appropriate thing for the one we're voting on, which is the multifamily housing, which is going to be used by faculty and staff, and presumably they're paying rent on it, and that seems to me a good use. The others, I probably, if they're really going to be turned into athletic fields and things with an actual educational purpose, I would probably take a different view.
Okay. Dina, over here, down here.
Dina Moses. I just have a question about how this is handled with the faculty buildings for the Putney School, because I know they have some specific buildings, and it would be nice to see what we look at it from a town-wide perspective.
Is there somebody here who could answer that question? How does faculty housing at Putney is it tax exempt?
Hi, I'm Ruby McAdoo. I'm one of the listers in town, and the other two acting listers are here as well. I guess I just wanted to speak a little bit to that. I'm not quite sure I understood Jean's exact point, but essentially for the schools in town, and jump in if I'm wrong, Cynthia or anyone else, but for the schools in town, I think it's 1942? 41. Any property acquired before 1941 is exempted
by a college.
By a college is exempted automatically. And so anything acquired after that time is subject to this type of question for the most part. As for the schools that are not colleges, such as the Putney School, the Grammar School, Greenwood School, it's different, but it's a different statute.
Ruby, do you want me to jump in?
Yeah, I do. That'd be great.
Clearly, we've been struggling with this a little bit in our office because we're trying to, this tax exemption and making sure that the statutes that we're following for each type of exemption is being properly used, and it's been a little bit of a struggle. But from my understanding, the schools that are not colleges, they fall under a different type of exemption, and it's not a voted exemption by the town. They have to prove what they're doing and the business that they're doing to become a tax exempt status. And that is a town decision at the level of the lister's office, I'm assuming, that does not come before the town, and that's because statute does not force us to do that. So if it's a college or university, it falls under a different statute. So trying to parse out all these details of each statute is difficult, but we're working on it, and that's not to say that we're not looking into the question about the Putney School question. We're trying to work with the state and to really get some really clear direction on how all of these individual statutes work. But as far as this exemption, we're following the one statute as to what we have to do legally for this one. I don't know if that helped you or not, but yeah, I think the maybe shorter answer to the question is hopefully next year I'll have better information on the Putney School for you. It's really the listers, we're working together with the state trying to figure it out. What's exempt on the books right now is exempt.
But the fact is that the Putney School, the majority of the properties that Putney School owns where faculty are housed on campus are part of their campus and are currently tax exempt. Am I correct, Emily? Sorry, what was that?
They have a few buildings on West Hill Road that are off the campus?
A few, most of them are contiguous with campus. There's only one, I believe, the director, the head of schools house is not continuous, but otherwise they all are. I guess it is contiguous. It's just sort of contorted how it gets there. But
I mean, I guess, can you guys answer why, if it's tax exempt right now? Yeah.
So without a computer in front of me to look, my understanding and my belief is that the Putney School, all of the parcels owned by the Putney School are exempt. Under a different statute, different whole idea of thinking. And we are investigating are we doing this correctly, and are we reflecting it correctly in our databases? But the Putney School, the Grammar School, the Greenwood School, all of them, all of the properties owned by those organizations are exempt, regardless of what they're used for.
Benji Cragen.
I think we need to make sure that we're not voting against the expansion of Landmark College. I want to make sure everyone understands this. We're not voting against your acquisition of properties, things like that. That's not the issue. And what I would suggest is we vote these ones down, and if in the future that you build a ball field, or you're going to build a ball field, or you're going to build some educational piece, a science wing or something like that, come to the town, state your case, and then we'll vote on whether it should be tax exempt or not. That's a thought.
Tom Ehrenberg over here had his hand up. Down, you see him? Tom, can you raise your hand? Stand up.
Try. It's getting close to lunchtime, so past. I'd like to reiterate a clearer differentiation between properties that are owned by an educational institution and are used for direct educational purposes versus properties that are used for faculty housing or some other purpose. That said, I would agree with the essence of what Benji proposed. Even if we vote for this as amended, then we will be voting for a 3-year, and we will have a chance to revisit it in 3 years. I'd also like, and I don't know whether this is under other business, but I think we have enough of an educational presence in this town, and I think Eva's comments and others are well taken, that we're lucky to, and we want to be welcoming. That it may be that a study group, some kind of a committee could be formed and could report to town meeting next year with a proposal for how to treat educational purposes, non-educational purposes, faculty housing versus other things, and for the different schools, which are evidently covered also by different statutes. So I think it's obviously it's a complex issue, and I don't think we're going to be able to settle all the nuances on the floor of town meeting, but I do think it's worth looking at, and we are something of a college town and an educational town, and that's great. But we need in this body to have information so that we can make informed decisions because these proposals are going to keep coming. They're not going to, and they should.
I saw Ian Gillespie's hand.
Ian Gillespie, I'm a small business owner here in Putney. I'll make my comments short because this has been going on for a while. But I want to say that if we do vote these down, this would not be unprecedented. I did a little bit of research before town meeting, and for example, the state of Minnesota, they exempt properties that contribute directly to the educational purpose, but faculty housing is not exempt.
Yeah, okay. There's somebody way in the back here who has had his hand up a long time. Please.
Hello. Sorry about that. My name is Chris Landon, and just to let you know, I'm married to Dr. Jeanette Landon. She happens to be faculty at Landmark College. We moved here. Closer? Okay. We moved here literally a year and a half ago. And Putney has opened your arms and your houses to us. We live right downtown, and we are looking at the spring and summer purchasing a home here in Putney. We have 2 daughters that go to Putney Central, and I am so impressed compared to where we lived in California, where you had 32 to 36 students to one teacher. No PE teacher, no music teacher, no arts teacher. So, coming from the outside in, you guys have it so well. Oh my God, you have it so well. And I know it's a tough pill. And, looking at being a homeowner myself and, what I'm going to have to pay in taxes. But our kids are our future. With Landmark, I will say this is, in order for them to grow, they have to expand. And it is important to them in order to provide a proper education for their students and also be competitive and provide housing for their faculty. I believe that this, the 3 properties that are in question, needs to come in front of the town, and you need to make a decision as far as whether to make them exempt or not. But is one of these things that's going to come up again. But the one thing that Putney is very blessed on is we have besides Landmark, we have 4 or 5 other schools. Most towns don't have that. So, but thank you very much.
No, I'm sorry. There are a lot of people who've, I don't know who to call on next. Meg Mott over here.
Hi, I'm Meg Mott, and I'm going to vote against Article 11 as amended. I believe the 3-year review is just kicking the can down the road, and I think we need to face up to this situation we're in. I agree there's good arguments on both sides of this argument. However, I wouldn't support tax exemption for faculty and staff housing. We definitely need low-income housing in this town, but I don't think this is the way to do it.
Over there in the center, you see, yeah, behind Maggie, the person behind Maggie.
My name's Mark Fellows. I'm speaking directly to the property of the apartment building. As being a neighbor there, I know the neighbors. I know there's people in that building that actually are not employees of that college. And I just think that, we cannot keep taking property off this list, and eventually nobody's going to be able to even afford to live here. There may be a big school, but there'll be no taxpayers here. And then what will we have?
Peter, you want to say something to that?
Thank you very much. The faculty and staff housing, 5 units, as I mentioned, it's close to campus. It serves a college purpose. It allows the faculty and staff to be close to the students when needed. It also gives us a really great short-term advantage in recruiting people to Putney and to the college so they can stay there for a short period of time and then look for a house to buy. Everyone in that current facility is a faculty and staff member. There's one former staff member who lives there, a beloved staff member, has been a Putney resident for years, closely connected to our alumni and alumni relations. So he's a former staff member. The rest are all faculty and staff. I also have to tell you all, higher education, like all of education, it can be a very challenging business. It's not easy for us to recruit students to this type of college at our cost. And if I only have, and I know what we're voting on here, but this sentiment about maybe reviewing this year by year, we cannot create the perception of excitement for this college that we will be able to provide students new elements for their college experience if I'm not sure whether or not we'll have approval. It'll be very difficult to plan and look out and to keep students here if my tongue is tied and I absolutely cannot say to them, we're going to work on this next, because I'm not sure where we'll be. In terms of master planning for the college, that's going to really hurt our admissions and our recruiting. Again, we bring in well over $100,000 of revenue to Putney alone. And I'd like to see it grow a little bit. To do that, we have to have a runway and a vision and an ambitious plan to make this a great college. I can't do this if year by year I have to come back and see whether or not it's possible. Thank you.
Could I ask you also, Dr. Eden, to just answer the question? It's not clear to me whether this is income-producing property for you or not.
It is. The tenants pay a discounted rate.
Nancy Olson? Can you get her?
Nancy Olson. Like many of you in this room, I was around when Wyndham College closed, and I remember going to many different kinds of meetings about what was going to happen to the empty campus. And so I'm really glad Landmark is there, and I hope we can help them out.
I think you've had a chance. Who has not spoken yet on this issue? Okay. Arthur Westing?
Arthur Westing, with Eva Munden here, I'm afraid to say which way I'm going to vote. but I do want to say something from my own experience. I've taught at a number of colleges and universities, and I was glad to hear what Peter just hinted at, and I would like to wish he would make it a policy. I have lived in faculty housing at 3 universities or colleges, and in each case they were limited to 1 year. And the reason for that was that a faculty member might come from California or somewhere else and wouldn't know the town. This would give that faculty member a year in which to size up the community, size up the college, and find a place to live if indeed he or she was going to stay here. And so in each case that worked out very well for us, and I would suggest that this would soften the blow for those people who complained that these faculty members would become leeches on the Putney community. This would give them a chance to stay here for 1 year, and if that were made a policy, I think that would alleviate some of the concerns that people have here. Thank you.
Okay, I haven't spoken on this issue. Okay, then you can speak.
So we're really not voting on whether you can have faculty housing. We're only voting on whether you have to pay taxes on the faculty housing. So I don't think having to pay taxes is going to affect your long-term plan. You've already bought this. This is already faculty housing. And we're not trying, I also am very supportive of Landmark. We get a lot of business when the parents come. But I do think, you know, the Putney Central School teachers don't get tax exemptions for their housing. And this is a college, and I don't have any objection to it being faculty housing. The only objection is that it be tax exempt.
Okay, have you spoken on this particular? Okay, you have. Okay, anybody else who has not spoken yet? It's a gentleman in the back there. Yeah, the runners, please get a little quicker. We're all getting tired and hungry, I know, but I think we need to finish this before we break.
Reed Miller, East Putney. Landmark has been here for a long time. They've had a tax-exempt status for all these years. And during their setup, their building, if you read the news, they're doing a multi-million-dollar expansion. They're buying up the abutting landowners. The very least they could do is pay the tax on that property. And I'm all for them paying their full tax rather than a $32,000 contribution, which I'm sure is just a very small fraction of what they would be paying if they were paying a tax on, last year we established they were over 22 million, and they're doing a multi-million-dollar upgrade or addition. So they're a multi-million-dollar corporation that pays no taxes. We're building a sidewalk to them that pay no taxes, and I'm sure the town is going to get to maintain it. That's all another freebie for them. I don't know where they stand on the sewer and water, but, you know, they participate in the town services, and if you take the $32,000 that they give us, it's not going to cover any small part of what they get from this town. Thank you.
Steve Bausch over here.
Hi, I'm Steve Bouch. I kind of agree with Tom. We're trying to solve or answer a question. It's a very complex question without the information we need to know to be able to make an informed decision. You know, we haven't even talked about utility costs and what the impact on expansions in terms of utilities, the water system and the sewer system. We have so many things that we have to be considered in this, that to put this to the town without a research group to say, what are the impact, what is the economics of this, what does it mean to the town in terms of income, in terms of tourism, in terms of, you know, 1,000 other things that we really haven't even considered yet. I think, I agree with Tom, and I suggest that we try to, I don't think it's going to break the bank for Landmark to hold the status quo for another year. Put that study group in place, and I'm sure there are a number of people in this room that would love to be part of that study group, and then come back and present at next town meeting the results of that group, saying this is what we think the financial impact, what the social impact, what the educational impact, what our cultural impact will be, and then we can make a decision without debating a bunch of unknowns for the next 2 hours.
Jen Cragen over here.
Jen Cragen, I just wanted to call the question.
Okay, is there a second for the calling question? Okay. You get him? Okay, all in favor of...
No.
No, we just have to vote on calling the question. If
No.
I think we have to call the question first. I'm sorry. It's been called. Point of order. Who said that? Yes. I think let's vote on calling the question. It's on the floor. All those in favor of calling the question, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? I'd say the ayes have it. Okay, so we're calling the question on the amended article. Is that correct, Tom? We're voting on Article 11 to see if the town will vote to exempt Landmark College from municipal and educational taxes, blah, 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 and all the way down, adding at the end for a period of 3 years. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? It appears the nays have it. I would say that the nays have it on this vote. That means that Article 11 is defeated, is that correct? Or do we have to, or is the amendment defeated?
No.
What?
Yes, sir.
That's it. The article is defeated. It's been amended. It's defeated. Okay. At this point, there are two more very similar articles, Article 12 and Article 13. I think we are all very hungry and tired. We could either recess now for lunch, or we could work through them and have lunch later. I would like to know the pleasure of the House on this. All those in favor of recessing now and having lunch, please raise your hand. All those opposed? Lunch is on. Okay, good.
Some people have asked where I was this morning when Mike and David, and I was in Dover. So this is my 7th town meeting this year, and I saved the best till the last, obviously. Now, again, thank you so much for the honor of representing you in Montpelier. It truly is an honor, and this is a tough year, as I'm sure you've heard. There are, whoops. What do you want me to do here? Closer to me? It sounds awfully loud the way it is. My dad once told me that I was meant to be a public speaker before they invented PA systems. I have such a loud voice. So there are really 4 overriding things that are facing us this year. One is jobs and economic development. One is education, governance, financing, the whole thing. And one is cleaning up the waters of the state. And we keep hearing it's the lake, meaning Lake Champlain, but it isn't. It's all the waters of the state. And I think that David addressed that this morning. And each of those issues is being addressed in their committee of jurisdiction. But there's one issue that we're all being asked to address, and it's an issue that brings a lot of heartache, and that's the budget. We have a deficit this year of a shortfall of $120 million in general fund that we need to cut or raise additional revenue to meet our needs. So we're looking at everything, and we're trying to, our job, as I see it, is to minimize the amount of pain that's going to be felt by those who have the least voice in the system. And there will be a lot of pain in a lot of places. And we have, there's also a lot of protectionism. And I came up the other day with something that would save us $5 million. And that's not a ton of money, but it's $5 million. And I was pretty proud of myself. And so I gave the idea to a couple of people and said, oh no, we can't touch that. That's a sacred cow. So we each have to get over that. We each have to be willing to listen to all the arguments. And one of the things that we're looking at, which is the debate that you just had, is what's called the shadow budget, or tax foregone revenues. There's a couple different kinds of it. One is tax credits that are given to people, and we need to look at whether those tax credits really make a difference to the businesses that receive them. And if they don't, they have to be cut. We're looking at property that is tax exempt. There is probably 20% of the property in Vermont is exempt from property taxes. And I'm just going to give you a little example. First of all, I think that the select board is following the statutes. The statutes, in my opinion, were not terribly well written, and they're hard to interpret, and the courts have interpreted them the way they've been written. So if we're going to do anything, we need to rewrite the statutes. So here's an example. If you go up 91, and then you turn off and you go on 89. Over on the left-hand side, this is my left, there's a huge aquatic something or other. It's got pools and water slides, and it's like Vermont's answer to Waterworld, I guess. It was built and owned by the Dartmouth Swim Club, and that was the place to put it. But it cost $25 million to build, but they don't want to pay taxes on it. So they turned it over to the town of Hartford because it's now a public property. There's no taxes on it, but the board is controlled by the Dartmouth Swim Club. And if any belong to the Dartmouth Swim Club, I'm just using it as an example. So it's controlled by them, and it's only open to the public about this much of the time, yet it pays no property taxes on a $25 million building. So we need to look at all of those. The YMCA in Burlington pays nothing, yet the private recreation club, swim club, pays taxes. So we need to look at all of that. So I serve on 2 committees. In the morning I serve on Judiciary, and in the afternoon on Government Operations, which I chair. Judiciary has been dealing primarily with 2 issues this year. One is the child protection system that we have in Vermont. We had a couple tragedies this summer and fall that resulted in the death of 2 children. And we're looking at the entire system, how the system can better communicate within itself between the branches and the agencies of government to actually protect the children. We have done something that I never want to do, which is create a new crime. We've created a new crime of failure to protect, and there's been a lot of controversy around it. But it does not affect people who don't get their children immunized. It doesn't affect people who spank their children. This is really a failure to protect, and it's a very high bar for the prosecution to meet. You have to have the care and custody of the child. You knew or should have known that there was danger. You could have acted, you didn't act, and the failure to act is the proximate cause. That's a word I just learned what the legal meaning of is. It resulted in death, serious bodily injury, sexual assault, or child pornography. So it's a very high bar to meet. And then there's affirmative actions for victims of domestic abuse. We're also dealing with guns. And there's a lot of passion on both sides of that issue. And it looks like right now, so don't let yourself get sucked into thinking that we have to pass S31 or we can't pass S31. That's the gun bill, but bills always change while we've got them. And right now in committee, what we're looking at is three things. One would pass a parallel law with the federal government. We're the only state in the country that doesn't have a law that allows state prosecutors to prosecute gun violations. We're the only state that doesn't have that. So if there is a gun violation and somebody is arrested, they have to be prosecuted by the federal prosecutors. And they're not going to take little cases. They're just going to take cases that are big and have a big splash and a big impact. So we're looking at that. And then we're looking at the definition of a felon. The way the federal government defines felon is anybody who's been convicted of something that has a 1-year sentence. That's way too broad. It pulls way too many people into the net. And so we're looking at somebody who's been convicted of a violent felony, and it's called the listed crimes. It's basically death, arson with death resulting, sexual assault on a child. There's a list of, I think, 13 listed crimes. And then the mental health issue of who should be prohibited from having a gun if they've been adjudicated as a danger to themselves or others, with a ramp off so that they can appeal to get back off the list. So that's what we're dealing with in judiciary. In government operations, which I think is the best committee because it deals with the foundations of democracy and the structure of government. So we're looking at, we're responding to the closing of Austin School and how we should best serve the needs of our deaf and hard of hearing children and their families. We don't have a good system in Vermont, and with the closing of the school and the services provided by the center, we need to relook at that. We're also looking at the open meeting law. I don't think this group has had any problems with it, but around the state, some people have, well, I won't go there, but they've made a big issue about something that I don't think is particularly a big issue. The establishment of a new profession, which I think I talked about last year, the dental practitioner, which everybody in the state seems to like except the dentists, but we'll pursue that. And the timely discussion of or disclosure of spending by lobbyists who want to influence legislation. And we're looking at the legalization of marijuana. We are not looking at should we or shouldn't we. We're government operations. We're looking at if it happens in Vermont, how is the best way for it to happen? The discussion of should or shouldn't won't happen until next year, but this should help frame the discussion so that at least there's something logical to look at. I just want to tell you one fun thing, just a minute, just one fun thing that we did. We passed, the Senate anyway, passed a Latin motto for the state. And I know a lot of people said, why are you wasting time doing that? Well, it took about an hour and 15 minutes of time, so it wasn't really that big a waste. It came to us from some 9th grade students, and they did a lot of research on the motto, and we're one of the few states that doesn't have a Latin motto, and now we do. And it says, may the 14th star, oh, well, we will if it goes through the House. May the 14th star shine brightly. And we were the 14th state. We were an independent republic for 14 years, And during that time, when we were an independent republic, there was a mint in Rupert that minted Vermont coins, and on the back of it, it said, "May the 14th star shine." So we thought it was logical and made sense, and it was, but I have to tell you, we, along with this 9th grade student that brought it to us, got some of the worst emails you can imagine. First of all, why are we spending time doing this? But there were a lot of emails around this theme. They should learn to speak English. We don't need Latin mottos. If we have a Latin motto, it'll open up the floodgates from Mexico and they'll all be here. I kid you not. This was serious, and we are used to dealing with that kind of stuff. But this 9th grade girl and her family were stunned that people were so ignorant. So anyway, that's about my report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have them. It's completely up to Virginia.
I was just wondering who you are.
Oh, well, oh, I'm sorry. I'm Jeanette White. I'm your senator. Okay. Or maybe today I want to be somebody else. I don't know.
Well,
Maggie, you. No, I did ask the people who came and testified, though, if they would give their speeches in Latin, and the one of the classics professors from UVM was there, and he'd given a really long speech already, and I was thinking, oh man, professors are used to thinking in 45-minute blocks of time. We're in for this. Then I asked if anybody would give their testimony in Latin, and he raised his hand. I said, no.
Can you say the motto in Latin?
Huh?
Can you say the motto in Latin?
No, Stella something or other. Stella something gracias or... Nancy, do you know? It was in the paper the other day. I wrote an article about it, but I can't pronounce it. Sorry. Anyway, Maggie.
Maggie.
Maggie Cassidy. Some of us who have been at previous town meetings may remember when the governor came, I asked about gun safety, since Vermont has the laxest laws in our area. So thank you very much for considering parts of elements of gun safety in your committee. I am deeply grateful for that. And as a side note, after this meeting is over, I will have a stack of postcards pre-addressed to the governor to encourage him to consider the whole issue of gun safety a little more seriously than he has so far. Thanks very much, Jeanette.
You're welcome. I think that the biggest thing is that parallel law that would let our state prosecutors prosecute. That's a huge issue, and we're the only state left that doesn't have it. My daughter lives in Montana, and when they adopted this, the people that really were in support of it were the gun owners and the hunters, because they didn't want a bunch of people running around with guns that shouldn't have them, so they were very supportive of it. Other questions? Or?
I think it's how it tends to be, because people who grow up around weapons are normally taught how to handle them properly and probably do better than most.
They do. The problem here, I think, is the irony of this is that in the primary this last year, many of you will probably be surprised to know that I got the NRA endorsement. And I got that because I've worked really hard on firing ranges and hunters' rights and safety education. But the NRA has spent a lot of money in Vermont to defeat this, to make it sound like we're trying to take people's guns away, which we're not. But any other questions?
But let's face it, if you know...
Now, she has to call on you.
You know, we have a lot of business to get through still, so I think we need to move on,
Yeah,
if you don't
if
mind.
anybody has a
If you want to
question,
talk to Jeanette,
Well, I was just going to say that, you know, if you look at history, you notice that the first thing they do is take away guns before they take away the rest of your rights.
Right, but we're not, I'm not going to go there now, and we're not going there either. We're not. Okay, Eva has...
Okay, Eva, keep it short, okay? Eva, do you want to say
And
something?
I will stay around for a while if people want to talk.
Jeanette, is this your 14th year?
13.
But one coming
Just
up.
a baby. Just a
one,
baby.
one coming up, so we can't say let the 14th star shine.
Okay.
But here's a request. Would you mention to the other senator, Rebecca Blount, that we like to have her come here?
Yes.
I understand she goes to some other towns, but we want to see her here.
Yes, I understand that, and again, I will say that I know that she went this morning to Newfane, I believe she went to Marlborough, she went to Halifax, we both went to Westminster, I went to Vernon, I went to Dover, I went to Newfane, I went to Marlborough. We have, I think it's 20 towns, and there is no way, even if we did one every 4th year, we wouldn't get there more than every 4 or 5 years. So, thank you.
We get Jeanette because she lives in Putney.
Yeah, and this is my last one. I'm going to stay and pretend like I'm a resident.
Okay, thank you, Jeanette. We're going to move on now, but let me just say first, we're going to have another award presentation, but before I just want to mention that everyone in this section of the town meeting is supposed to be a registered voter, and because we will be doing a paper ballot vote later on, if you are a registered voter, you need to make sure you've signed in and gotten a stamp on your hand, because that will allow you to vote in the paper ballot. So if you haven't done that, you might want to go do that now.
So I'm going to present this year's Community Service Person of the Year award. It's actually Persons of the Year, and unfortunately I discovered last night that all the persons involved in this are not in town. So I don't believe there was one who was maybe going to be here, but otherwise nobody's around. So we're saving things like flowers and chocolate for when they get back. So we're going to have the award, but I thought I would speak to this. The recipient of this year's Community Service Person of the Year award comes from a long family history of service to the town of Putney. In business for over 100 years, this family has contributed extensively, but I would like to focus on the current generations and their ongoing commitment to our town. I've heard that the business that we see today stems in some part from a discussion around a dining room table in which one of the brothers, who now owns this family farm, put his foot down and said, "I'll be darned if I'm gonna have a parking lot full of people from, to put it politely, elsewhere." To keep this business alive. So to be clear, it wasn't said out of malice, but out of a desire to keep the farm as it was. As luck would have it, this particular farmer had the good sense to marry a woman who had the vision to ignore him, and who at that dinner announced that she was going to take on being the face of the business. Lucky for us in so many ways. What that meant was that the brothers who inherited this farm could focus on keeping Green Mountain Orchards productive and progressive. Andrea Darrow started cooking pies in her home kitchen and worked to change marketing practices and public relations. Her presence at the front end of the business let Evan focus on apple crop production, storage, and handling, and Matt can focus on pruning, blueberry production, and managing the picking crews. The next generation is also deeply involved, with Casey committed to mastering the ins and outs of orchard management, and his wife Anna and her beautiful horses touring through their amazing land. Laura and Robin work with Andrea in the store, cooking, packaging, and greeting customers, and numerous cousins and other family members join in when they're in town. Beyond providing us locals with a few folks from elsewhere with a stunning destination and delicious fresh foods, Green Mountain Orchards strengthens our community by, among other things, hosting school groups and walk to school day, generously supporting all the local charities that ask, giving to the food bank, discounting picking for those who need it, hosting the winter farmers market, allowing skiing on their land, hosting caroling and various other local events. And I've also been told that they'll be hosting a remembrance for Maggie Lake on June 21st, and I imagine many of you will be there. In a recent conversation I had with Deb Shumlin, she put it well by saying that the Darrow family does everything they do sincerely and from their heart. And so, in all sincerity and from our hearts, I want to thank Green Mountain Orchards and the Darrow family for all they do for the town of Putney.
Okay, so I think we're ready now to move on, take a deep breath to Article 12. To see if the town will vote to exempt Landmark College from municipal and educational taxation beginning April 1, 2015 on the 4.17 acres with a single-family dwelling with detached garage located at 26 River Road South, Lot 7424, purchased May 14, 2014, as authorized by 32 VSA, Section 3831A of the Vermont State Statutes.
So moved.
So moved. Okay, Stephen Head has moved. Is there a second? Wait. Oh, it's Carl Noe. I saw his hand. Carl Noe. Carl Noe. Second. Okay, so I'm not going to restate this whole article, but just the very first, to see if the town will vote to exempt Landmark College from municipal and educational taxation on the 4.17 acres with a single-family dwelling with detached garage located at 26 River Road South. And now it's open for discussion. Alan?
Alan Blood. So again, want to know the purpose that Landmark is going to be putting this piece of property to, and also would like to know how much it's appraised for.
Peter, do you want to speak to the purpose first?
Thank you. This property is directly across the street, directly across River Road from our main entrance, and so is quite valuable for the college for many reasons. It's not used right now. It's vacant. And in the future, my sense is the Board of Trustees may want to see some sort of a small function house, maybe a place where we can gather for our board meetings, etc. But right now it's not used, and again, it's directly across the road from our main entrance, so it was key for us to acquire this. And so, much like the 3-acre lot, 78 River Road, for which we asked for tax exemption a year ago, in which we received, we are asking that we gain tax exempt status for this too. Thank you.
Do you want to? Yes.
The assessed value is $168,800. The taxes on the property, the municipal tax is $1,010.94. Education is $2,462.79, and then that fourth tax rate is $16.71.
Okay.
I don't know.
Somebody want to add that up quickly? Alan, you want to? What is that?
Yeah,
about $3,500.
$34,900. Yep.
$34,900. Okay, in taxes. Okay, is there any other discussion about, Alice Mays over here?
Alice Mays here. I don't know what the proper protocol is, but I really was resonating with Mr. Ehrenberg's suggestion that we have a Putney study committee that could look at all of the ramifications of our use of taxes or forgiving taxes, so that we as a total community would have a much better idea of what we are actually looking at. And we're looking at it for a very long time, because Landmark needs to have a long horizon for its planning. So I'm not sure what the proper protocol is, but I just would like to put that out on in the air, that we really need a study committee.
I think that is more of a general suggestion than an amendment. Would you agree, Tom? No, you wouldn't. What you think is okay? Is what? No.
No,
it's not an amendment to this article.
Hey, Virginia.
Right.
I just wanted to say it'll be on the next select board agenda to talk about starting a committee.
Right.
And I think the other thing we could point out is that these could all be raised as articles again next year if Landmark approaches the select board about it. So I don't know whether it would be anybody's will to table this, or whether we would rather have a vote on it and see the outcome of that vote and then look at it again next year regardless.
Elizabeth? Okay, are you actually, DJ only suggested, he didn't make a movement.
I was not moving that, I was...
Okay, well, let's move on this one particular. You're moving to table consideration of Article 12 at this time. Is there, well, I think let's do 12 first, then we'll get to 13. Is there a second for that?
I second it.
And I would just like to clarify that what that would mean is that they would not be exempted for the following year, and therefore they would be paying taxes on this parcel. So just so people know that that burden would continue to be on Landmark for at least 1 year.
So wait, take from the table hasn't. Okay, excuse me. Yeah, you seconded it. So now we have a vote on that. Alan?
I don't really understand the ramifications of tabling yet.
Okay, we can actually have a discussion. Let me see. I think we can have a discussion on tabling something. Can we debate it? Actually, no, we can't debate it officially. Hey, Tom, what should we do about this?
It really doesn't make sense to table things at town meeting because there's no real way to take it off the table.
Okay, so what we could do, if you want to, is postpone indefinitely, which would take it off the table. It would just say that we're not going to consider it at this time. Pass over. Once it's been moved and seconded, you can't pass over. You can, right? You can before the
before it's presented to the body.
Right.
Now it's been presented to the body, and the best way to table it would be, since it will come up again next year, if Landmark is still interested, would just be to vote it down.
Okay. Did everybody hear that? He didn't have a microphone, but Tom says the best way, if we don't want to act on this at this time, is to simply vote this down, which postpones it to another year because Landmark can come back again in a year. Or we can pass it as if we prefer. Benji.
Benji Cragen. Yeah, I would suggest that we just vote on these. I would also suggest that unless something new is being brought to the table, let's not rehash the same arguments. And I really hope that something comes from the select board as far as coming up with a plan for this, because no one likes to vote this down for Landmark. It doesn't feel good. You know, I think we all would agree that having some procedure and having some group of people that takes a look at it and we can come up with a procedure that doesn't cause any rancor and we can figure these tax exemption issues out. So I would suggest that we just move through each article. Unless you have something very specific to that particular article, let's try and keep moving it through. That's my suggestion.
Okay, do we have to vote on the motion to table this article? Yes, we do. All in, or you can withdraw it if you want to. Okay, if the one person who moves it is willing to withdraw it, I think that we can eliminate it. Okay, thank you. Okay, so then, is there any further discussion? Jody. Wait, Jody. You have to get the microphone and you have to identify yourself.
My name's Jody Graves, and I don't want to draw this out anymore, and I'm planning to vote against this, but there was some wisdom in having the amendment previously to Article 11 to limit it to 3 years in case for some reason this does go through, that then we would be able to revisit it. So if someone else, I'm not going to move to add that amendment, but it seems like it might be wise.
We are now, what we are now considering is just whether, is Article 12 as stated, to see if the town will vote to exempt Landmark College on this particular parcel from taxes, from municipal and educational taxes. It's Article 12 as stated in the town report. Yes, Maggie.
Two things. If I understood the select board correctly, the town at any point has the option of rescinding exemptions that it has made. So if we voted to approve this, at a point in the future, we could vote to end that exemption. Is that correct? Is that your understanding, Josh?
That's my understanding, is that...
Bring it back to the body
Right.
and then exempt. My other question to the body is, people made a distinction between rental housing for faculty and other property. So I would just like to emphasize that as we consider this, we might consider that difference, that people were against granting an exemption for faculty housing. This is not faculty housing. Thank you.
Sue Hesse down there?
Susan Hesse. Point of clarification, I'm just not sure. Is it not within Landmark's power to change the way one of these or more of these parcels is used? And in fact, as the owners, could they not take down whatever structures are on them and build different structures that might potentially have a very different tax value? Just checking.
Josh, or Cynthia, do you want to answer to that, speak to that?
I don't know of any reason why they couldn't do that. They would have to go through the regular planning, DRB process, as well as any, if there were Act 250 implications, they'd have to do that. But otherwise, I would certainly think they could.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Yes, Kathleen O'Reilly. There.
I'm Kathleen. First, I wanted to answer that if they make any changes, they'd have to get permitted, and then the listers would go out and value, and there would be a change in value. That's the first thing. Next, I wanted to say that there is a possibility that we could exempt part and not all of it. So we could take the municipal side and exempt that and not the education side. We could do it for 3 years, we could do it for 5 years. We do have power here to decide. And it isn't an all or nothing thing. So there's that to think about too. Not to add more mire to this, but.
If it's all right, if there's no objection, John McLaren would like to speak. He's Landmark College treasurer. What do you?
Hello, everyone. I'm John McLaren. I'm the Chief Financial Officer at Landmark College. I would ask Jean Giddings to respond to what was just stated, if she could do that. She had her hand up.
Jean, okay, Jean, would you like to speak to that?
I was just going to correct what might be a misconception. This is Jean Giddings. If they take down every building on there and build a multi-story, multi-million-dollar property, they're still taxed because they're a college at the value of that property the year before they bought it. So we will not be assessing it and we will not be taxing them on it if they do that. They do have that protection right now, no matter what we do. If we take it off the rolls, obviously they don't pay any tax, but if we leave it on the rolls, their tax is set at the value before the year before they bought it. So whatever they do to improve it is tax-free.
And that's statutory, Jean? Yeah. Huh.
Okay. Any other question there?
Robin Ekstrom. I believe the gentleman from Landmark is still here, and I would just ask him to speak to the body briefly about what Landmark projects the use of that property to be. I believe I heard something earlier about possibly a welcome center, which might have benefits to the town as well as the college. Thank you.
Thank you. We're not sure what we're going to use that property for. I'm not going to make something up here. We had to purchase it. It was directly across from our entrance. It's in a really important location. I don't think we need to add to our admissions building, which is right on the corner of Route 5. in River Road. Like I said, if we're able to continue to grow, I'm looking at my students back there, my Landmark College students. Hi. If we're able to grow in some ways and maybe further internationalize the college, there could be some purpose for international education office there. I honestly don't know. Some function space would be nice perhaps for some of the meetings we have on campus. I don't know at this point, so that's the reality.
Okay. Yes, Ian back there.
Ian Gillespie. For me, one of the big points, or one of the important things of deciding whether or not to vote something like this up or down is knowing the purpose of the property. So I think what I'm going to do is, since it's not clear what it's going to be used for, is I'm going to be voting no, and I hope Landmark College comes back when they have a clear idea of what it's going to be used for, and I'd be happy to reconsider.
Are there any other? Reed Miller over there.
Thank you. Landmark wants to be a part of our community wants to be a part of Landmark, and I think the best way for them to be a part of our community is for them to pay their full share in taxes. And that doesn't mean giving them more exemptions on more properties they buy. I think they need to start ponying up for what they've already got.
Okay. Abe Noe Hayes over here.
Abe Noe Hayes. I don't know if all the Landmark students who are here now were here in the first half, but I wanted to make sure if you weren't, that you would know that in the first discussion on the first article, probably almost every single comment was about how much this community appreciates Landmark, how much the involvement of Landmark culturally and financially in our community is important, and how happy we are to have the college in here. So I just wanted to make sure to mention that in case anyone coming here for the second half hadn't heard that at the beginning, because this is a complicated question about taxes and how we calculate and decide what we're going to exempt and not. And I was hoping that would not reflect on anyone's impression on what the relationship was with our community and the college. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other comments and questions on Article 12? Yes, over there.
Hi, I'm Susan Taylor. I've been thinking a lot about all of these things. The first thing I want to mention is that Jeanette White just told us the state's looking at all the statutes for nonprofits, and that things are going to be changing. Hopefully, some of the money that we are in debt to ourselves, debits that we don't have, including the $10,000 that was brought up when we were talking about the school board discussion. It's $10,000 more that our town is paying right now for the school board, or for education taxes. That's just the local version of what we don't have, or what is more than we didn't have last year. So I guess what I'm understanding is that the students at Landmark College pay about $60,000 a year in tuition, and that the Landmark College pays the town about $32,000 a year in contributions, and that with the $10,000 that we are additionally having to pay for taxes from last year, $10,000 additional, minus the $18,000 I'm guessing from the properties approximate that they're asking for the discounts on this year. It sounds like a jumble, but it all sounds to me like they could probably put another pay one student's tuition towards the town, and I think people would feel a lot better towards giving them any kind of discounts.
Mr. Bartlett?
I'd like to move the question.
Okay, we've had a call to question. Is there a second? Alan Blood, second. With the raise of hands, we need 2/3 vote to have this go through. All in favor of calling the question, which means voting at this time, please raise your hands. All opposed? Clearly, that is 1 in the affirmative. So we will now vote on Article 12 to see if the town will vote to exempt Landmark College from municipal and educational taxation beginning April 1, 2015, on the 4.17 acres with a single-family dwelling with detached garage located at 26 River Road South, Lot 7424, purchased May 14, 2014, as authorized by 32 VSA Section 3831A of the Vermont State Statutes. All in favor, please say aye. Excuse me? We're an aye. Okay, let me clarify that. If you vote aye, you are voting to exempt Landmark from town taxes. Okay? And if you vote negative, you are defeating the request to be exempted from town taxes. Is that clear now? Yeah. Okay, so all in favor, please say aye. All opposed? It seems the nays have it. I'm saying the nays have it, it's defeated. Article 12 defeated. Okay, moving on to Article 13. To see if the town will vote to exempt Landmark College from municipal and educational taxation beginning April 1, 2015 on the 3.5 acres with a single-family dwelling located at 36 River Road South, Lot 7425, purchased July 31, 2014, as authorized by 32 VSA Section 3831A of the Vermont State Statute. Is someone going to move this article?
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay, so moved by Scott Henry, second by, Jen Cragen. Seconded by Jen Cragen. Okay, so this article has been, I'm not going to reread it. Article 13, basically to see if the town will vote to exempt Landmark College from this particular parcel. So I'm open to debate. Alan Blood.
Alan Blood, same questions as last time. What's it going to be used for and how much is it worth?
Okay, Peter, do you want to speak to the use?
Thank you. It's a single-family dwelling. We have a staff member living in the house. I believe she's a member of the advising staff, works closely with our students. I imagine we'll keep it as a place for faculty staff housing due to the dearth of other acceptable options and to help us bring in qualified people to help us further our mission, which is the only reason why we are asking for these things. Thank you.
Cynthia, you want to speak to the tax?
The parcel is worth $195,600. The total tax is $4,571. Town portion is $1,171. School portion $3,380, and then the fourth rate is $19.36.
Okay. Is there any further question, discussion? Okay. Kathleen.
I just wanted to say, Jean, you're correct. In 32 VSA 3831, this will stay at the fixed value of the property unless they're going to use it for commercial or investment purposes. That's the only change that would happen. I don't know if you would have to go and get a permit to do any building or not. I don't know about that. But as far as the value goes, it does stay set at these numbers unless, you're doing something wild with it, like commercial or investment. Okay?
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to proceed to call the vote. So now we are voting on Article 13 to see if the town will vote to exempt Landmark College from municipal and educational taxation beginning April 1, 2015, on the 3.5 acres with a single-family dwelling located at 36 River Road South, Lot 7425, purchased July 31, 2014, as authorized by 32 VSA 3831A of the Vermont State Statutes. I'm required to read all this, by the way, that's why I do it. So, all those in favor of exempting Landmark College from taxes, which is what an aye vote means, you're voting to exempt them, please say aye. All those opposed? Nay. It appears the nays have it. The nays have it. Okay, Article 13 is defeated. Okay, so moving on to Article 14, to see if the town will vote to exempt the Putney Gun Club from municipal and educational taxation on the improvements and appurtenances and land off Sand Hill Road, Lot 7339, for a period of 5 years beginning April 1, 2015, as authorized by 32 VSA Section 3832(7).
So moved. Josh Laughlin.
Josh Laughlin has moved this. Is there a second? Kathleen O'Reilly. Okay. So now we are looking at Article 14 to see if the town will vote to exempt the Putney Gun Club from municipal and educational taxation as follows in that article. Are there any questions or discussions? Does the person who moved this want to make any statement about it? Josh, do you want to say anything about this?
I thought there was going to be a representative of the gun club here.
Michael Colson, I
here?
think. Michael, right? Okay, are you Putney resident? No, okay, so if no one objects, I'm going to ask Michael Colson to speak on this article.
Good afternoon, good to see you all again. It's been 5 years since I was here, and a lot of changes, but we continue to be an educational facility. Over the last 5 years, we've had over 250 students, parents, women, youngsters, single moms come through our class and get certified. Over the last 26 years that I've been teaching there, we have over 1,500 students. There have been, from all the people who have gone through that facility and taken our 2-day class, no accidents. That's better. Better? No accidents, no injuries, no fatalities, no law enforcement violations whatsoever. So we like to think we're doing a good job and a good service. Thank you, Kathy. We continue to sponsor 2 students from Putney Central School. I'm going to miss you. What am I going to do? How are we going to figure out how to continue with those scholarships? So we'll talk later. So we do continue to sponsor 2 students from Putney Central School. Kathy has actually taken the lead in that and chosen who those should be depending upon what their needs are. So these are an opportunity for 2 kids a year to attend Green Mountain Conservation Camp in the summer that may not be able to afford it, possibly, but it has changed their lives. I've gotten letters from them. What else can we say? I entertain questions from you. Volunteer staff, I started doing this alone 26 years ago. We now have 12 instructors. We put in a total for our 2-day April class of over 500 unpaid volunteer hours. So the impact to the community is that no one's making any money. The class is offered for free. It has a great track record. It's a service to the community that I think has had some positive results. We have one girl that was 8 years old that I taught who now is an instructor and is 28 years old. So it's a good mentoring process. It promotes the heritage that we have in Vermont. And I feel good about knowing that there are safe hunters in our local community.
Okay, Eva.
Thank you, Mike. I so appreciate the work that you all do over there. And as Jeanette said earlier, she got the NRA support. Why? Because her support for hunting and for that realization, you know, that this is a hunting state and it's wonderful. And to know somebody who hunted in this state now can't really lift a rifle, I'm grateful that young people are able to learn. Now, in yesterday's paper, Monday's paper on page 3, if you read it, it says Vermont Fish and Wildlife offers shooting range grants. So there's some grants. Do you know about those? Okay, so I'd like to see a grant. You all apply for a grant and do something about cleaning up the appearance of the place. I know there's no profit being made over there, but you could get a grant to make parking areas say better and so on and so forth. So I'd really like to see that because it's helpful for this community and the students that you're willing to come over here and work with the students. I so appreciate that. So thank you, Mike.
Kate Dodge, there.
I strongly support this motion, but I had a question. You mentioned children and I can't remember, and single mothers. Do you ever have men taking the classes? And if not, do you think you should do some outreach in that direction? We wouldn't want to be discriminating against men.
Michael, do you want to answer that question?
It's astounding to me that typically in the past, when I got involved in it, it was a good old boy kind of sport. There have been 2 years in particular where the women outnumbered the men. That's a trend because of family situations or whatever, but children in the family have said, I'd like to do this. Mom's a non-hunter or a non-firearm user. She reaches out to us. We feel the need. Personally, I think females are better hunters and better firearm handlers and certainly more accurate shooters than men are. But we'll take anyone. We'll take anyone. It just surprises me that, and there is a national trend and a state trend right now.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other? Alan Blood.
Can you tell us how much money is involved?
The property is assessed at $87,200. The taxes on the property, both municipal and education together, are $1,803. Municipal is $522. Education is $1,272.
I saw Nancy had her hand up. Can you get it, microphone down?
Nancy Olson. Mr. Colson, I commend the work that the group does, but I do have a question. I read your report in the annual report, and it said you had limited finances, so I'm curious as to how you get the money to do what you do, and as part of that, does the National Rifle Association make any contributions of any kind? Thank you.
Our annual budget is about $1,500. With that money, we pay the electric bill, oil for the heat that's on only when someone is there. That money comes from a total, our current membership is 20. It varies year to year depending upon people moving in and out of the state. Of that 20, 10 are Putney residents. And we get no financial support from the NRA. The only thing that the NRA does is offers the insurance plan that is offered to various gun facilities, firearm ranges. They're able to create the situation where most insurance companies would not even entertain wanting to insure a gun club or a place where shooting is involved. So.
Okay. Arthur Westing, over here.
Arthur Westing. I recall giving this
same motion, very strong support 5 years ago, and I'd like to repeat that. I don't think there's any trouble. I think we'll pass it almost unanimously. But let me just mention one more aspect that has one more benefit to all of this that hasn't been mentioned. This county, more than any other state, is infested with some miserable animals that prevent, to a great extent, normal reproduction of our woodlands, and I mean white-tailed deer. And at the same time, there's an unfortunate trend of ever fewer hunters in the state. And so I very strongly support this because it not only makes the whole business of owning a rifle and hunting more acceptable and more legitimate, and so that we will try to preserve this heritage. And in terms of gun control, I am fully in favor of the Mike Maricki's and other people's support of preventing loonies from getting weapons, but that has nothing to do with this. And so I think we should very strongly support this for all kinds of good reasons. And on top of it, the Vermont legislation will probably fail, and so we really want all those crazies with AK-47s to use it responsibly.
Okay, I don't know why we lost the microphone there, but okay. Any further, Kathleen?
I just wanted to say that I'm in support of this because whether these people go through the course and ever hunt or not, if they're in a house where guns do exist and people collect them, I guess some like teacups, I suppose, but then people who go through the course know how to behave around guns. It just makes sense. I mean, they are in Vermont, they are in homes. It would make sense to support this. And thank you for the work you do in educating people. I think it's great that volunteers are willing to take the time to do something so responsible.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, seeing none, Deb, do you want to? I have to give you a little time to think whether there are any more questions and comments, so that's why I pause for slightly.
Should I pause?
No, go
okay.
ahead. You've been recognized.
Deb Stetson, I move to call the question.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay. Oh, no, so we have to do a second for calling question? No, yeah. Okay, all in favor of calling the question? Aye. Let's call a question. I think that's, all opposed? Okay. So, we're ready to vote on Article 14 to see if the town will vote to exempt the Putney Gun Club from municipal and educational taxation on the improvements, appurtenances, and land off Sand Hill Road, Lot 7, 339, for a period of 5 years, beginning April 1, 2015, as authorized by 32 VSA Section 3832.7. So a positive vote, an aye vote, is voting to exempt them from the taxes. Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Article 14 is passed. Okay, Article 15, elect the trustees of the Putney Public Library for the 3 seats that will expire in March of 2015.
Before we move that, Casey Darrow is here. He was delivering a tractor over to New Milford because, as he pointed out to me this morning, there aren't enough farmers in the area and enough tractors in the area to support a much closer tractor dealership for the New Holland that they're driving. But you missed the initial speech. You can see reruns on BCTV, I believe. But we want to just really thank Green Mountain Orchards and the Darrow family for their service to Putney.
Okay, good. Okay, now we're on Article 15. Who would like to move this article?
Yeah, I will. Steve Head?
Oh,
wait, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's Chris Osgood.
Oh, Chris
do you want to move the? You can move the article, Chris. Okay, then you just state with the language you want it moved in.
What, like?
Oh, wait, it's Chris Osgood.
Hang on, you need art.
With the arguing
I
about
think
it.
it'd be the least confusing.
Okay.
He needs a microphone.
Okay. This is going to be moved by Chris Osgood. Okay. So, Chris, please read the exact how you're moving it. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll try and be exact. So, Chris Osgood, I'm with the library board. For the 3 seats that expire in March of 2015, the library board would like to forward 3 names to fill those vacant seats. Frankie Knibb, Meredith Wade, Irene Canaris. Is that exact enough, Virginia?
Not quite, but it's close enough. Wait, Irene. Okay, so is there a second? Gene Giddings, second. Okay, so now we are voting on Article 15 to elect the trustees of the Putney Public Library for the 3 seats that will expire in March of 2015, namely Frankie Knibb, Meredith Wade, and Irene Canaris. Okay, is there any Christopher, do you have anything you would like to say about this? Wait, till you have a microphone.
Just a couple things. We think it's a wonderful slate that we brought to your consideration. And just quickly, in terms of library business, thank you for your support of the library. It's a great community asset. And if you haven't met our new librarian, Emily Zervis, she is at the table in back promoting our library. So thanks very much.
Okay. Blanking out on your name right now, which I know perfectly well, but Ruth, of course. Yeah, wait.
I just wanted to
give your name.
Ruth Sessions. Who is leaving the board, and could we give them a hand?
Oh, Chris, why don't you answer that question?
The 3 people leading the board are, well, actually, you're re-electing one person who was appointed to a 1 year of a 3-year term that expires, so this is her 2nd term. That's Frankie Knibb. So the 2 people stepping off are Louise Papowitz, I don't know if Louise is here, and Chris Osgood, who is here.
Okay, any further comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, I think we'll proceed to vote on Article 15 to elect the trustees of the Putney Public Library for the 3 seats that will expire in March of 2015, namely Frankie Knibb, Meredith Wade, and Irene Canaris. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Article 15 is passed. Okay, we're now at Article 16, and this is the article which is going to be, by state statute, is required to be voted on by paper ballot. It's, I'll read the article. To see if the town will vote to eliminate the office of the auditor as authorized by 17 VSA Section 2651B. Who would like to move this?
I will move this. So moved.
Okay, Scott Henry. Is there a second? Okay, actually, you should be raising your hand. Okay, actually, and since you didn't, okay, let's Steve. We just have to, because there are people behind you raising their hands and wanting to. I know. That's why I don't know who's calling you. Okay, so Article 16 has been moved to see if the town will vote to eliminate the office of the auditor as authorized by 17 VSA Section 2651B. Scott, do you want to explain what this is all about?
Well, again, we talked about this a little bit at the beginning when we were mentioned the acceptance of the town audit, that the current office of auditor, which actually calls for, I believe, 3 auditors as the elected officials, it's been very hard to fill the position to begin with over the years, and the function of what the auditors do is much reduced in the realm of modern accounting. You know, if we were a bigger municipality, it might behoove us to maintain that position, though I would expect with a bigger municipality there would be increased technical issues raised with auditing the process, therefore the practice of hiring independent auditors. So it's really, as I say, it's a housekeeping item. It's a position that's difficult to fill. It is like other positions. I'm not going to say it's like the weigher of coal, but it's coming to be that kind of position. It could be more, but it would demand the involvement of people in that and interested in that position and acting as a true auditor, which is it's a complicated business. It's not simple. It's not a simple column of numbers and presenting it to town meeting. So we're just looking to streamline. It's really a matter of housekeeping. Though if someone is feeling strongly attached to it, this is by all means a chance to express your opinion about it. And if we wish to keep the office of auditor, well, we will do so.
Are there questions?
Up to you folks.
Questions, comments about this? In the back?
I'm sorry.
There's currently
one. In the back, I've been recognized.
I'll address it.
Good afternoon, Lawrence O'Neill again. I'm just wondering if we're eliminating this auditor position, has the town adopted some sort of statute as to an audit requirement and who is doing that audit? A paid auditor that we saw the report from earlier, has that been adopted and is that filling the place of these auditors?
More
hard to get a word.
The outside auditor oversees all of the finances of the town, basically, or not oversees, but reviews all of the finances of the town and checks them for accuracy, essentially. Historically, the role of the auditor as an elected official was, in my understanding anyway, was in smaller portions, that, you know, the town treasurer would record things or the town clerk would record monetary transactions, and an auditor would check those basically to get a second set of eyes on them. We now have a big enough office staff so that most of those sort of day-to-day tasks have more than one set of eyes on them by nature of how they're handled within the office. So that job, that role as that auditor within the office is significantly reduced, the need for that, because there's already several people looking at how things progress through. The outside auditor looks at the big picture. These auditors typically looked at the smaller picture. Cynthia may want to add something.
By statute, this statute that we're voting, being allowed to vote this elimination on, by statute it requires you, if you're going to eliminate the office, to hire an outside auditor. We won't have to do that, we already do that. So if we eliminated this position and we had not contracted with an outside auditor previously, we would be required to do so. So you can't just eliminate an auditor altogether.
Nancy Olson over there.
Nancy Olson. When Julie Rosegrant was auditor, she was the one who used to prepare the town report. Who prepares the town report now?
Yeah, the office staff. Laura, my assistant, does a lot. Barbara does a lot of the editing and review. Yeah, so the office staff.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Eva? Yeah? Eva, what do you, I can't wait, you're saying call? You're not supposed to yell it out, Eva.
Call the question.
Okay, so I think we're ready to vote on this. But we have to do it by paper ballot because of the nature of what the article is by state statute. What? Okay, right. Okay, so we have to second it. Anybody want to second calling the question? Benji Cragen, everybody in favor? Calling the question, raise your hand. Okay, anybody opposed? Okay, now we can vote on it. Thank you, Alan. Okay, so what you have to do now, you have to come up, and there are going to be 3 people in the front here, 3 justices of the peace, and come up and show them your little stamp on your hand, and then you will get a paper ballot which you will write yes, aye, or nay. If you write aye, you will be voting to eliminate the office of the auditor.
Need a pen, Carol?
So a yes vote is to eliminate the office. Yes. A no vote is not to eliminate the office. So please come up, and then the vote will go in a white box over on the table, over on here, on your right. Yeah.
Our infrastructure. We're not making any money on this. Not that we are supposed to make money, but we're not saving a lot of money for these big projects. And just to give you an idea, the one over the interstate, which is an emergency project, had to be done, ended up being around $110,000. So that was for a pump station and for the pipe. Traffic control alone is $23,000. So just to give people a heads up that that's the...
Coming down the pipe, yeah, so to say.
Okay, any other questions? Lawrence O'Neill, is that right? I got it. In the back, please, bring a microphone.
In looking at this budget, I see there's almost $250,000. I'm wondering, are we all paying for this sewer? Because those of us who are on septic systems, we don't use it. Are the users paying for all of this, or are we subsidizing this?
You're subsidizing it with a $45,000 subsidy in the general fund. So that's why the sewer budget comes before everyone. But the ratepayers, the people, the users, are paying for the majority of the system. The town as a whole subsidized $45,000. And if you look at I'll find it in the general fund, there's a line item that says sewer assessment is $45,000.
Is there any other questions about this? Steve Bain has a question. Okay.
Not a question, more of a comment. It doesn't seem right to me that people who aren't using it are being taxed for it. Way back down the road, I've kept my mouth shut, the issue of roads and their maintenance came up, and I have a town road that runs up to my house.
This is not pertinent.
Excuse me, yes, I think this is, well, you could say something about it under other business, but it's not really germane to the article we're discussing right now, which is the sewer fund. Okay, I'm sorry, but we have to keep our discussion germane to what we're discussing, to the article under. I'm still waiting. Okay, we'll remember. Okay, and Bartlett.
Norm Bartlett. I was just wondering if the budget includes any plan to expand the area that the sewer system covers.
Currently, no. There have been several houses added between the top of Kimball Hill and the school. You may recall this has come up a couple times. Those had to be sort of specially designed systems because it's a pressurized section of the line there. There is capacity, but we do not currently have plans to expand in any specific direction. I'd also like to just comment on Mr. Bain's observation or question as to why the greater townspeople should be paying into the system, and I think it's really, from my perspective, it's a health safety issue, and that if these folks were not able to have sewer and/or if it was prohibitively expensive, it would adversely affect all of us in town. So that's why we subsidize it. But just a personal opinion.
Elizabeth Stead here.
I'm interested to hear that you say there is room for expansion on the system, and this I feel is pertinent in relationship to Landmark's potential expansions. Are they going to overtax the system to the extent that it will need to be enlarged tremendously or not? And that would be to the fact that you just said, Cynthia, the system is not quite being covered at present financially. In other words, there's not any capital reserve. And I wonder if we need to see that as a potential, considering we have Landmark talking about expansion. Thank you.
Do you want to say anything to that?
Sure. In the discussions that I've had with Landmark, and one of them was the discussion about the soccer field last year, during the process of them doing any expansion, they have to we have to write them a letter of whether our current system has the capacity and what their allocations need to be. They go through the process of the state with the wastewater agency and natural resource. They tell us the capacity they need. So far, the things that they have done, even the science and technology building that they built, they had to increase their capacity, I think. Actually, we didn't increase it. It was reallocated because the same number of people were going to be there. They weren't adding dorms, they weren't adding, so it was kind of like the same amount of people, but they would be moving from building to building. There wasn't going to be added staff, added use, yeah. So for that particular project, they didn't have to increase, they had enough. For the current properties that they purchased, those are, yeah. So it's going to be a case by case of what it is they're trying to do. I mean, if they need to have a locker room, it's going to have to be a discussion. Right now, I think we have the capacity. But that is one of those things that we have to get nailed down, is what do we have for capacity? What have we promised people and have been allocated? And how much do we have left? And then there's this whole other permitting process through the state and how much we can put into the, I'm not real good at this stuff, but I'm learning. So that is something that we've got to get it nailed down, and that's what we're working on. So as far as Landmark expansion, I don't know what else they're expanding to right now that would require me to be concerned about the sewer.
The other reality of both the sewer and the water system is that the more users there are, the more income it brings in. So as long as there's capacity, exactly. No, so it's at this current time, it's to our benefit to have more use rather than less use, because that generates more income.
Okay,
yeah.
There is a hand here. Gentleman in the red shirt.
Hi, Robin Ekstrom. I just wondered if it would be possible for anybody to break down just a little bit how the allocation between residential, business, and Landmark. I assume Landmark is the only educational facility that's using this. Thank you.
I guess I'm not. So you mean the numbers of what their numbers are compared to a?
Just roughly, because businesses, the amount that they pay for use of water and sewer is probably, or the town the amount that the town might subsidize them, given this $45,000, it seems would probably be more than overmatched by what they contribute to the town's economy. So I just wonder proportionally, if you have an idea as to, how much of the overall sewer capacity in downtown Putney is used by businesses versus residential. Thank you.
My answer is no, I don't know that right now. That's one of those things that I think that that we really need to focus on and try to figure that out. I mean, there's also the question of, should a business that is a restaurant who's putting more product into the sewer system, should they have a different rate structure than a single family dwelling that, may not even use 250 gallons a day? So those are the things that I'm trying to look at. The way that we bill right now is just strictly what is the need, and if the need is 250 gallons a day, you get billed 1 ERU, which is equivalent to a single family dwelling. So Landmark there, I can't remember their numbers, but it's in the thousands of gallons a day that they need. So we bill them maybe 22 or 23 ERUs. So it's a very straight calculation of whatever they need for what their business could use in a single day. But the percentages between the two, I don't know.
Tom Ehrenberg, there, can you get him there? Right down the middle.
I just have a bookkeeping question. On page 14, there's a line about halfway down, reimbursement from sewer department, on departmental revenue. And then there's on page 18, we're looking also at the sewer assessment.
Right.
Can you explain what those two different lines are?
Yep, the sewer assessment is the amount that the town helps to subsidize the sewer department. So we give them the $45,000. The other two numbers is $6,000 for water, $6,000 for sewer. Is those funds and those entities pay the town for administrative services. So like we do the billing, the collection, and all of that. So that's the portion that they pay back to us for those services.
Okay. Any other, Eva?
Call the question.
Okay, call the question. Is there a second? Jordy Heller. Second. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? Okay, we will call the question to see if the town will vote to approve the 2015-2016 sewer fund budget as outlined in the 2014 town report. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, the ayes clearly have it. The article is passed. I just want to report back on Article 16 to eliminate the office of the auditor. The vote was yes, 72, no, 2. So the Article 16 has passed. Okay. It was 72 yes, no, 2. Total voting of 74. Okay, moving on to, the next, we have Article 18 and Article 19, two expenditure articles, and if there's no objection to simplify things because that one may affect the other, we'd like to change the order and have Article 19 be discussed first, and then we'll go back to Article 18. Is there any objection to that? Okay, that's what we'll do. So Article 19 is to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to borrow an amount not to exceed $160,000 to purchase a grader for the highway department to be repaid over a period of not more than 5 years. Who's going to move this article?
So moved.
So Steve Head has moved it. Is there a second? Norm Bartlett seconded it. Okay, so we have Article 19 on the floor to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to borrow an amount not to exceed $160,000 to purchase a grader for the highway department to be repaid over a period of not more than 5 years. Would you like to speak to that, Steve, or does somebody else want to speak to that first?
Well, I guess this is a relatively large new thing, and I'm just wondering if Brian would like to speak to this.
Brian Harlow, would you like to come forward and take a microphone? Brian Harlow is, you want to identify your official capacity to position?
Foreman, Highway Department.
Brian Harlow. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we got that. We have a 2006 Volvo grader. There's more than one issue with it. The first issue, I guess, would be big safety issue. Put the shifting lever in forward, it'll go backwards. You can push in the clutch. There's nothing you can do to stop it. Turn the key off. That's about all you can do. We've been dealing with this issue since it was new. They've gone as far as putting a new transmission in it. Probably at least 30 times had service people down to try to do software updates, and they haven't seemed to fix it yet. The other issue is the money side of it. We've put, this will be the third motor right now. Currently it's out of warranty. They are going to cover pretty substantial portion of it this time. So, and we've also, we had it up there. We've got it up to, it's CR Woods is the company we bought it from. I'm basically proposing this because I think we better cut our losses with it. They haven't been able to fix it yet, and I think it's just a money pit, and we're asking for trouble if we keep it.
Okay. Any questions?
Can I just speak to it for a second?
Sorry, Cynthia, yes.
I just wanted to let everybody know first of all, we tabled the first article to move to the second because when we were creating the warning, this problem with the motor came up really quickly. So we decided to put this on here so we could talk about it at town meeting. Right now, the piece of equipment is sitting up to Woods up in Williston. They have told us that the motor is $29,000. They will. Our portion is going to be $3,500. So we've been trying to figure out what the best course of action is with. There is some money we're still going to have to put into this machine because it's there. It needs a motor. In order to trade it, we have to give it with a motor would be a good idea. So we do have some numbers on what it costs to keep the grader, and that would include a rental because we would have to rent another grader for the next couple months. I mean, we all know what season we're getting into. And they have not guaranteed us that we'll get that grader back within the next couple months. And we have priced some new graders and gotten some information on that too. So that's kind of where this all of a sudden came from. We do owe some money on the other grader. We still have 2 payments left on it, so we have to consider that too. But it does get to a point where you are sometimes throwing really good money at a really bad piece of equipment. And we don't know what's going to happen with the grader when we get it back, what other expenses are going to come up. It's just an unknown. Like we said, this is the third motor we've had put into it. So that's kind of where we're at with it. We can go over some numbers when everybody has questions, but I just wanted to make sure you understood where this came from all of a sudden, that we do owe money, but we're not just, there was a lot of thoughtful process going into where the best money is spent.
And as far as the capital plan is concerned, this was purchased in 2006, which I think Brian said, but our intention was, or our hope was, that it would be a 15-year turnover on that. So it wasn't slated for replacement until 2021. But the reality is that we are fearful that if we don't do something about it sooner rather than later, we will end up spending a lot more money than we would otherwise. One of the advantages of the thought of trading it at this point is that we will actually get roughly $90,000 for it, which is a pretty substantial chunk of money for a piece of equipment that we would rather not have. And in the longer we hold on to it, presumably that's going to keep dropping off, as well as the diminishing return on any money that we put into it for repairs. So.
Pamela Cubbage back there. Is that who that is? Can you, a microphone runner, get him? I know it's getting to be a long day and we're all getting tired, but.
Pamela Cubbage. So the $160,000, is that what we're expected to pay after the trade-in? So the actual cost of a new one is $250,000?
The actual cost of the new one would be $263,500, and then we would get a trade of $90,000 on our current. But we also are estimating right now, and Volvo has not been able to give us an exact number on this, but okay. So as of today, we do actually have an exact number that it's going to cost us just over $7,100 to repair the Volvo to get it into shape so that it's a tradable piece of equipment. So the net price is $180,610 after we've gotten our trade in. What we didn't want to do, if we have to, because of the emergent nature of this, we didn't want to have to, if we are borrowing money for a piece of equipment like this for more than a 5-year period, we have to do it by Australian ballot. We weren't on time to warn this for Australian ballot, so we decided that what we would potentially do is put some money from capital reserve towards this to bring it down to that 160 number, which makes it a number that we can pay off with our capital plan over a 5-year period. So it's been a sort of a, this is what happened, and then we work backwards to figure out how to manage it from there. But that's where we're at right now.
Thanks.
Steve Bain. Wait for the microphone, please.
I was wondering who was responsible for making the seemingly poor decision to buy this piece of junk.
I'd like to rule that that really isn't relevant to the issue at hand. And we try to stay away from personal issues here. I'm not sure that's really relevant to the question whether we want to pay the money for the future.
Well, since we're talking about road graders,
okay.
Can we talk about roads?
No, we can't talk about roads now. That would be, I suggest you go to the select board meeting and talk directly to them about that. It might be more relevant. Okay? Okay, well, you don't have the floor now, so I'm going to call on somebody else, okay? Reed Miller.
The new one would not be another Volvo. No, we got bids on both a Caterpillar and a John Deere. Caterpillar, probably the Caterpillar would be the highway department's first choice if they had, any option to do anything. But John Deere was able to offer us a little bit higher trade-in on the Volvo, and also a machine that was just availability-wise, they were able to offer us a machine that was sort of more appropriate scale and accessories for what we needed. So they were able to work with us in a way so that those numbers that I spoke about are a John Deere. And even if we wanted a Volvo, it's my understanding that Volvo has more or less gotten out of the grader business since this time. So we probably wouldn't have that option.
Lawrence O'Neill back there.
Good afternoon again. I'm wondering if warranty on the new piece of equipment has been a consideration, since obviously warranty on this Volvo piece of equipment has been. The longer the warranty, the longer we have protection as taxpayers.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons we decided on the John Deere also, was because they were able to offer us a 7-year warranty period, 7 years or 5,000 hours, and Caterpillar was going to offer us 5 years or 4,000 hours or something along those lines. So just John Deere's willingness to work with us, they're both very reputable. We, I think, would be very happy with either one. Obviously, in retrospect, if we had known what was coming, we wouldn't have purchased the Volvo in the first place, but we feel confident that the John Deere would be a a good investment and would certainly hope to get a 15-year period life out of it.
Okay, Eva?
I'm doing this for you, Deb. Call the question.
How did we guess? Okay, so was there a second to calling the question? Ellen Forsythe? And all in favor of calling the question, please raise your hands. All opposed? Okay, we are ready to call the question on Article 19, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to borrow an amount not to exceed $160,000 to purchase a grader for the Highway Department to be repaid over a period of not more than 5 years. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? I would say the ayes clearly have it. So Article 19 is passed. So we're going to go back to Article 18 now because there was some, in case there's some, one influences the other. Okay, Article 18 is to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to borrow an amount not to exceed $80,000 to purchase a backhoe for the Highway Department to be repaid over a period of not more than 5 years. So movement? Who's going to move this?
So moved.
So
Scott Henry.
Scott Henry's moved that. Is there a second? Elizabeth Stead, second. That's all right. It's been second. Oh, just hold on. Okay, I have to just restate. Now we're discussing Article 17 to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to borrow an amount not to exceed $80,000.
Article 18.
Article 18, to purchase a backhoe for the Highway Department to be repaid over a period of not more than 5 years. Now we're open for discussion. Steve Bain? Wait for take the microphone.
Steve Bain, I'm wondering what kind of machine it is.
Well, actually, before you ask that question, I should have given a chance to anybody who wanted to speak about this article. Do you want to say something about it? They'll give us information about it.
We're all staring at each other, sorry.
Or
this is a piece of equipment that was scheduled for this year on our capital plan. If you look at our capital plan in the town report, it was a piece of equipment that is scheduled for replacement next year. When the grader discussion came up, we started to think, okay, should we do anything different because buying two big pieces of equipment in 1 year is a lot for taxpayers to absorb. Can we put it off a year? So that's kind of where we're at with this article. If we put it off a year, it's going to be just a year. So it doesn't help the capital plan a ton, but as far as what kind it is, the specifics to the piece of equipment has not been determined at this point, right, Brian? If we get the permission to go out, we would go out to bid for it. The only reason we know about the grader is because we were trying to get numbers at this point.
Benji?
I'm just wondering, are you guys giving us a sense that we should put it off for a year? I mean, if you guys think, we could put it off for a year, okay.
I guess ask him back there.
Brian's going to answer that. I think that as we often have the discussion when we're talking about new equipment purchases, we've gotten to the point of what we expect to be the usable life of this piece of equipment. It's not falling apart on us, but that's not to say it's not going to in the next year. That's a risk we would take. Are we going to spend more putting money into this in the next year if something goes wrong than we would if we didn't put it off for a year? Perhaps. So it's a judgment call. I mean, it's just one of those things where, Brian, you want to take that any further?
I don't want to give the sense that we don't want to purchase it. I think it was when Brian and I have been working through these numbers for the last 3 weeks, it was because him and I don't like to spend money. It was, do we really, should we ask them this year? I think if we had known about the grader when we originally put the warning together, we might have had the discussion obviously between us and said, okay, what do we want to do, and had a little more time to shuffle things around. But I mean, if you guys want to go ahead and we'll do the 80,000 this year, and I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't want it to sound like I don't.
Right.
I don't.
I mean,
absolutely know,
we'll be
but
back with it next year, and as Josh said, you know, there's a chance of more expenditures, and of course, a lower trade-in value on the current piece of equipment. So.
Oh, wait.
No, this is, I mean, it's a deer, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to call Diana Seibon back there. In the back, please. Right there.
I'm just wondering if this piece of equipment has the checkered career that the other one did.
No.
No, it's been.
And it has served the proposed amount of time that we assumed it would.
Okay, that's good to know. I must say that you might have told us about the other one a few years earlier. But anyway.
Okay, that's really not relevant.
I'm aware it's not relevant, but I think it sounds like I was shocked to hear that would happen to that piece of equipment. We've spent that much money on that hunk of junk.
Yeah, hindsight is sometimes really more.
To be clear, we actually haven't spent. We spent a lot of money on it up front because pieces of equipment are expensive. We were given reasonable assurance when we purchased it that it would be well backed up by the company that we bought it from. And in their defense, they have backed it up well. Unfortunately, that has ended up being, as much as anything, a problem for us in downtime.
Well, that's what I was thinking, precisely.
More than financially. So it hasn't cost us a huge amount more to have it, but looking forward, we don't want it to cost us a huge amount because they've backed it up for 8 years, and they probably are going to say, you know, we told you we'd back it up, and we've done that, but now you're on your own. So we're trying
I'm
to
glad they backed it up.
Yeah. Yep.
And I'm glad it's going.
Okay, there's the question. Hand up behind you. You want to turn around?
Yep, Greg Short. Just a quick question, I guess maybe Brian or you guys can answer. We're buying, we've already bought a grader, now we're going to buy a backhoe, which I'm favoring both. Sounds like they're both going to be John Deere's. Let's get in the wheel and dealing business. Is somebody going to cut us a deal? Certain John Deere company? I know Nortrax, Springfield. You know, I know you have a lot of other things to do, but two big things. Say, hey, we're buying this grader. Let's talk money here. We'll buy a backhoe too. If not, I know you talked about, you know, you have to put it out to bid, but let's wheel and deal.
Yeah, Brian's good at that, and if he's not good enough at it, Cynthia's really good at it, and we hope that between the two of them, they'll do everything they can.
Yes, here. There's one here.
Hi, this is Susan McMahon. I just was trying to figure out, obviously, if you have a capital budget, you have something planned for next year for purchase. So if we put off the purchase of this, what does it do to the whole capital budget? And is it necessary to purchase it this year to make sure we have life of the other equipment?
I can't answer that exact right now, but next year we're slated to purchase a small dump truck. So yes, we have another large capital purchase. That's why I say putting it off a year kind of doesn't do a lot for our capital plan, but that doesn't mean we wouldn't sit down and review the entire capital plan and all of the pieces of equipment and see where we are and how much can we shift anything down the road. One of the things that Brian and I also talked about was we've been borrowing a grader from Dummerston. They've been, you know, we've put it on our insurance. They've been allowing us to use it. Graders are extremely difficult to get, to borrow. A backhoe might not be so difficult if we needed to. I don't want to get to that point. That's not, I mean, it's not easy for any of us to do that. But so there's a lot of these little things that in that capital plan that can be talked about over the next year. But you're right, there's another piece of equipment. So we might be asking for 2 again next year if we put it off.
Eva.
Brian, I'd like to see we purchase this piece of equipment and you wheel and deal and you get your help from the town manager, and let's go ahead, because we know something else is going to appear. Let's just bite the bullet. It's 10:20, and I'm sleepy.
It's been 10:20 all day long. Isn't that amazing? Any other comments? Lawrence O'Neill back there. Can we get the microphone back there?
Just thinking about this in basic financial terms, if there is not a distinct financial advantage to buying both of these pieces this year, why not pass on the second piece and buy 2 pieces next year and hope that we can get some kind of advantage out of it there? Which obviously this is going to take some research. We're probably going to have to authorize you to make the purchase this year if there is a financial advantage to it. But if between Mr. Harlow and you can't do that, then we have a second piece. Cynthia said there was a second piece that needed to be purchased next year.
But that's a small dump truck, which would not be a John Deere. So we would not be going to the same dealership, whereas in this case, we actually have some leverage because we potentially could buy 2 pieces of equipment from the same dealership.
Okay, that's a factor then. Thank you.
Okay, Steve Bain.
Hi, I'm Steve Bain. I'm pretty well versed in equipment, and if the current John Deere backhoe, I mean, it's not all about numbers necessarily, in my view, anyways. If the John Deere backhoe that we have now is a good running piece of equipment, I can see no reason to not put off for a year purchasing another backhoe in the next year. Likewise, I think that the Caterpillar road grader is a superior piece of equipment to the John Deere. The road department would probably like it if we bought both Caterpillars, and I think that the town would best be served by that occurring, regardless of what the price is.
Okay. Is there any other comments or questions? Okay. Reed Miller? Wait, could you wait and bring him a microphone, please, quickly? Wait, just wait till the microphone's there, okay?
How many hours on the backhoe?
6,500?
Deb Stetson.
This is for Eva. I'd like to call the question.
Okay, call the question. Is there a second? Alice, Laughlin. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, we're going to vote on this issue. Article 18, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to borrow an amount not to exceed $80,000 to purchase a backhoe for the highway department to be repaid over a period of not more than 5 years. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Oh, okay. The ayes have it unanimously. All right, so moving to Article 20, to see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $8,100 for Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies for economic development within the Windham County region. Who would like to move this? Nobody?
Is that me? Sorry. So moved.
So that was moved by?
Josh Laughlin. I'll move Article 20 to see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $8,100 for Southeast Vermont Economic Development Strategies for economic development within the Windham County region.
Okay, is there a second? Susan McMahon? All right, so Article 20 has been moved and seconded as read. I'm not going to reread it this time. So open for discussion. Do you want to say anything about it? You want to say anything about this, Josh?
Actually, Cynthia sits on that board, so I'm going to let her say it. My understanding was that Dutch Walsh was hoping to be here, and we're not sure why he isn't. But Cynthia?
Southeastern Economic Development Strategies is a group that has formed, and I don't know the year that it was formed, but I sit on the board, and basically they came up with a comprehensive economic strategy for the region to try to, a lot of their focus has been on data collection right now of what the issues are around economic development. And right now they're in the process of working through that we have like it's a guiding document, the SEDS it's called, working through that to try to work in the areas where we can create jobs, where are the jobs available, why are people either moving here or leaving here. One of the areas that they've worked on recently is a green building cluster. There is a lot of people in the area that are working within that industry, and they feel there was Vital Economies as a company that was hired to come in and do some of this work and try to find this stuff out. And Vital Economies helped them find this cluster, and they think they can build a area of excellence around that, and feel that there's a big potential for economic growth around that area. You'd have to really look at their website. One of the reasons I wanted Dutch to come, and I'm not sure where he is, he's actually works at in Rockingham. He sits on our board, and it's a little hard for me to sit here as town manager and on that board and ask you guys for money. It's a little bit of an uncomfortable situation for me. I can tell you the one thing that I really feel good about that they're doing in this region is they're really working with the educational institutions to try to bridge that gap between the people that are not going to college, that might be staying in the region but can't find a job. Because one of the things that we're finding is there is a lot of jobs in this region. There are not a lot of qualified people to fill those jobs. And they don't necessarily need a college degree. It might be a certificate. And one of the things I'm excited about sitting on that board is watching the workforce development coordinator, who actually works for the SEVIDS group, go into the school systems, talk to the guidance counselors, talk to the students, try to get them to know that this is going on in this area, that these are the places that they can get some education. Doesn't necessarily mean a 4-year college degree, and there are jobs, and some of them are high-paying jobs that are available in this area. So the other thing that I'm doing as town manager is reaching out to businesses in town and trying to make sure that the money that you guys are spending, and you did fund this last year, are spending towards this effort, that the businesses in the town of Putney are being reached by someone at SEVIDS. So I've reached out to a lot of the businesses in town recently. I know that they've met with 3 area businesses. Part of this problem is they can't tell me who these people are, because some of the things they're trying to work out with individual businesses is not public information, because businesses are private, and if they're looking to grow and they're looking to do some things, they're not necessarily ready to let the public know that. So I don't know who those businesses were that they met with. They have placed some interns in some of the businesses, the Co-op, Landmark. So the one area that I want to work on a little bit more, whether you fund SEVIDS or not, this is going to happen with me, is to reach out to even the home-based businesses and the small businesses in town to see what their needs are. I know the big need at one point was internet. So I don't want to be pushing one way or the other on this one. I think they're doing great work, but it is a lot of money, and there are 27 towns in the region, and I think there are 8 that are helping to fund SEVIDS right now. I would encourage you to go to their website to see what work they are doing. So I don't know if that helps, but.
Jeanette White back there. We have a microphone runner.
Jeanette White, I've been uncharacteristically quiet. And Cynthia can't push this, but I think I probably can. The SEDS, the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, is a federal designation, and I believe it qualifies people who have gone through the process for special grants and acknowledgement by the Economic Development Administration. And this has been a county-wide process that's gone on for the last at least 5 or 6 years. When it first started, I went to all the meetings around the county. It really has been a grassroots, county-wide process to look at long-term economic development strategies. We hear a lot about, what are you going to do for us and how are you going to give us jobs? This is economic development strategy, and it's long-term. And we just, legislatively, the Bennington contingency delegation and the Wyndham delegation just met together to look at how we can look at issues that confront the southernmost tier of Vermont economically, and how we can join forces with their, it isn't called SEVED's process, but their process over there. So I think this is something that doesn't have an immediate return for the money, but long term it will have a huge return for the money.
It's Kathleen back there.
Hi, it's Kathleen again. And I'm curious about how the number 8,100 came up to fund this.
8,100.
I don't know the formula that they used, but they ended up with a formula that gave a per capita. So I think it was, I can't, whatever the division is of what the, but I can't tell you the exact formula they got to that per capita number.
Okay,
it is based on our population though. So Brattleboro, I don't know what they pay, but it's much greater amount. Rockingham pays more. It is a per capita number.
And the work happens whether we pay that or not. But obviously, if we pay into it, we benefit from it by being part of it.
Go ahead.
I think we would benefit from it either way, because it's a county-wide thing. It's sort of, is this the right thing to do? Because if we're benefiting from it, should we be contributing to it? And I'm not saying yes or no. I'm just saying I think that would be the question that we're weighing.
Okay, and so the 8,000 is based on population for the town. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Steve. Wait, the microphone.
I just wanted to say that I thought that it was money well spent and that we should vote it in.
Thank you. Eva.
Cynthia, a question. I talked with a chap who, and I mentioned to it last year, who has an internet. Has he been invited in? Have you talked with him? He's hiring people all the time, and he's a small business, but my sense is that the small businesses in town are not being touched. And I loved hearing that Landmark was on board, and it's too darn bad that we don't have housing in this town. And I understand why they wanted housing. Don't stop me, Virginia. Because there's no place to rent in town. There's no place to rent in Putney. Okay. Housing should be a part of that.
Okay. I'll answer your first question.
Oh, sorry. You answer that.
After town meeting last year, when you raised that question to me, I reached out to that person and I did not hear anything back. So, but that is one of the things, like I said earlier, that I want to try to do is, it's really hard to connect with the small home-based businesses because there's not a really good database. We don't make them register with the town. So I have a list based on this group that worked on an internet project last year that I'm going to start reaching out to them myself. I can, sure. I will do that for you, yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Eva. Susan McMahon there.
Susan McMahon. I also sit on the SEVED's board, and I work for the Sister Regional Planning Commission. So we've been working, we were really, I think I mentioned last year, I hesitated to bring it because I'm another regional organization asking for money for my sister agency, so that's why I asked not to speak. But I just wanted to mention that the region, and I think I mentioned this last year, but I just want to reiterate it, we're really thrilled because the Wyndham Regional Commission works on a lot of issues, but economic development is something that we are involved with more through community development. So we're really thrilled to be working in a partnership, and we've been working really, really hard with them on recovery because of Vermont Yankee closing, and we're working with we've been working with Bennington Regional Commission, we've been working with the other areas of the state, and it's so great to have an active economic development organization that has been involved. So I just wanted to let you know that it's slowly becoming really, really important, and we're being recognized statewide for the work that's happening down in southern Vermont.
What was that? Oh, that's Deb Stetson over there. That's Deb.
So, Deb Stetson, is there money coming from Vermont Yankee close down that can be attributed to this effort, given to the effort?
So I think last year it comes $2 million each year. Not all the money got distributed in the last application round, but there will be another application round this summer, maybe this spring. But SEVEDS and BDC, Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation, which are related, did apply to the Vermont Yankee funds to begin to get some funding, some grant funding, to work on this green building cluster, which is really very exciting. They got that, as well as they're about to put in a very large grant to the Economic Development Administration, which would allow us to do some other works regarding working with our neighboring regions on economic development, because this area is really, people just don't live and work in Windham County. They live in, the Keene area they commute in, so we're going to be able to begin to look at what we all have to offer to each other. So so there will be some grant funding coming in. Hopefully, I think it's a couple $100,000, and they got some of the money already from Vermont Yankees funds, and they will continue.
Any more comments, questions? Over here.
Hi, my name's Chris Andrus, and I haven't been coming to town meeting, but now I have time. But I have a really dumb question.
There are no dumb questions.
Well, I don't know where this money goes. It seems like these are all volunteer organizations with volunteer boards. I suppose you need to rent an office, and something has been done about data collection about what businesses there are, but I don't really know what you're doing with the money besides data collection or rent.
This is not a volunteer organization. There are paid people working for this organization. I don't know what Laura's actual title is.
She's director.
Yeah, but there's BDCC and SEVEDS are, like she said, they're organizations that work together, so she works a little bit for both of them. We have a workforce development coordinator that he is paid, and their office is at the Brattleboro Development Credit Corp down in Brattleboro. So there is a building, there are people, there are things.
Well, there's one person and there's an office. Okay.
There's more to it, Chris. I sit on the board. I don't know all the every ins and outs, but you're right. That's where some of the money is going, is to administrative costs.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to restate the article. Article 20, to see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $8,100 for Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies for economic development within the Windham County region. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Clearly the ayes have it. Okay, moving on. Okay, here's the another big ticket item. The budget, the town budget. Article 21, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,931,944 to defray its expenses and liabilities for the ensuing fiscal year, July 1, 2015 to June 30, 2016.
I will reread this as so it's clear. This is the big item, as stated. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,931,944 to defray its expenses and liabilities for the ensuing fiscal year, July 1st to June 30th, 2016.
Is there a second for this motion? Kathleen O'Reilly seconded. Okay, so we're, since it's been read twice, I'm not going to reread it. So Article 21 is now on the floor for discussion. Do you want to speak to that, Scott? Yeah, say anything about it?
Yeah, we'll take questions. I mean, it's as presented as you see it. It's fairly. There's no real major. I mean, we've discussed the major expenses, increases or surprises. Not surprises, but.
You want to say where in the town budget it is exactly to be found?
Page 18 is where the total is.
Okay, we say that?
Yeah, page 18 is
Page
what we're
18,
looking at.
Yep.
Okay.
That's the total, and then the pages before it are the entire budget.
So I'll give you just a minute to look at that. Unless there are any immediate questions, comments. Elizabeth Stead.
This is just an odd question, but I see on page 19, infrastructure V-Trans sidewalk. What is that?
That's the amount of the payback for the match for the sidewalk. So we voted in two separate articles, two separate phases of the sidewalk. So that's our match. Yep.
Kathleen, back there. Can you give her a microphone back there?
I just want to thank the select board and our town manager for doing all this work on the budget. Cynthia's a very sharp pencil, and she's been working really hard on this. And it hasn't been easy. I mean, I've been to many select board meetings where each one of these things were tweaked over and over and over. So I just want to say thank you.
Okay.
Wow, I think everybody's tired.
Oh, yes. And Carrie back there?
Looks like we have lasted them.
Hi, I'm Ann Carey. I just had a question about the income, and I was wondering if the tax on flowage easements that are held by TransCanada, and they're taxed, I guess, at about $38,000 a year. Is that included in this budget, and is it spent in this budget?
The amount, TransCanada was billed for the value of their flowage easements rights, so the amount, yeah, it's in there. Yeah. I had to talk that one out. Did you see that? I mean, it's in the budget that we're in right now, the fiscal year 15 budget, and it is also in the proposed. It's not a number you're going to see in here, but it's a number in the amount of property taxes that we're raising. I mean, you're not going to see anything about TransCanada individually in here, but.
And just so people know what this discussion is about, TransCanada owns the rights to flooding areas within the Connecticut based on location relative to dams, et cetera. The state of Vermont had a appraiser appraise the value of those lands and put them at 1.8 million. Which was the value that the listers used in their appraisal of that property. TransCanada has now appealed that based on what they say is the reality that they actually only use and or feel that they only need a very small percentage of that valued at roughly $30,000. So it represents about $35,000 in tax money, right?
I don't know these, but
In that ballpark. So our town council is pursuing this. We've appealed it, and we are pursuing this. We are watching what other towns along the Connecticut are doing, because the biggest risk to us is that we could pay into the education that basically we are, as a town, are liable for the education portion of this, regardless of whether TransCanada ends up paying us after whatever settlement or lawsuit may occur or not. So when we see that number that's gone into this budget, as it was pointed out, we are taking liability for that. If we feel, we just met about this a week or two ago in our select board meeting with town council, and if we see what's happening with other towns, the most closely related one, I believe, was Newbury, is that right? They're going ahead with a lawsuit, and they are about a year ahead of where we are in the process. So depending on what happens as an outcome for them, we will have a much better idea of whether we should pursue this or not. If we pursue it, we will incur potentially significant legal expenses. If we don't pursue it, we will potentially not realize tax income that we otherwise could. So it's a rock and a hard place, and we're slowly working our way through it, and we'll see where it comes out.
Over there.
Susan Taylor, what is TransCanada?
They own the hydroelectric plants up and down the Connecticut River.
Hydroelectric plants.
The dams and the generators that
Okay.
are related to them.
An unrelated question, but also within the budget question. When are we doing that little sidewalk up towards Landmark? Is that coming up this year?
We are, right now, if you ever see anything written about the sidewalk, we're calling phase 2 from the general store up past Basketville, and then phase 3 is Basketville to Landmark. We are right now in we're in both phases, we're working on them at the same time, but phase 2 hopefully will be done by the end of the summer 2015, if not maybe into the fall. The next phase to Landmark will be hopefully the following year. So we'll know more on Thursday. I have a meeting with the engineer. We have some permits. We're waiting on the state to get back to us about some permitting issues. And as soon as we do that, the problem with these grants and doing these projects is you can't go to the next step until you finish one step. So we send things in, and then there's a lot of hurry up and wait. So that's where we're at with it.
Okay. Any more questions, comments? Alan Blood.
Alan Blood. Just in case people haven't looked at this, this budget is 1.4% higher than last year. That's $27,000. It's almost all going into the highway department for maintenance. Is that accurate? The winter maintenance up 21,000. General highway maintenance up 8,000.
Yeah, mostly. There is some small increases and decreases everywhere. The other place that we were increasing is in our general liability and workers' comp insurance. One thing, if you look in there, the health insurance benefits, you'll see they've gone down, but they haven't actually gone down. We've shifted some of those costs over to the library fund. It's just a different way of us doing the bookkeeping now that we're taking it over. We used to have a revenue and then an expense for the library and the general fund, and both of those have been taken out. So when you look at those health insurance benefits, it's just the amount for the municipality, the town, really hasn't gone down.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to proceed to the vote on Article 21 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,931,944 to defray its expenses and liabilities for the ensuing fiscal year, July 1, 2015 through June 30, 2016. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Wow, another unanimous vote from Putney. Okay, it's passed. Article 21 is passed. Okay, so we're now down to Article 22, to transact any other town business that may legally come before the annual town meeting. Eva.
Thank the Select Board for page 20. I so enjoyed reading it. And I'd like to ask Scott Henry to turn on the inside front cover and read the dedication, because I understand you were strongly supportive of this dedication. So would you read it out loud to us, inside the front cover?
The 2014 Putney Town Report is dedicated to the hardworking people of Putney and all those who have passed away. These people were and are our friends and neighbors, faces seen at the store, the library, the schools, or the post office. You give a nod in passing, hold a door open, flash a smile, or say so long. Many are strangers, most are not, but working folks like us and the fabric of our community.
Thank you. Okay, Nancy.
Nancy Olson. This, I think, is the appropriate place to encourage the Select Board to form a committee to look at the tax-exempt situation in all its ramifications so that we can have information reported back to us next year. And I'd be willing to be on the committee, if so desired. Thank you.
Okay.
We'll hold you to that. And we'll get working on it.
Okay, are there is there any other business to come before the meeting? All right, well, seeing none.
And
oh, stand up, where? Oh, Alan, okay.
Alan Blood, I'm not sure if we've officially thanked Stephen Cornella for his long service to the town and the library. But I'd like to thank him.
I would too. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry.
And since we're
Tom Ehrenberg. Down there.
And since we're on that list, our moderator gets around as well, who will be leaving this here, but thank you so much. And so bravely doing this.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Scott. Thank you. I think, wait, Nancy. Okay, Nancy again. Nobody else. Raise your hand up.
I'd like to thank our hardworking microphone people, too, because they didn't have any substitutes this year.
Yeah, it's been a long afternoon, so. And thank you all who are still here. It's been a long day, and it's great that you've held out. Okay, so is there anything else? Oh, Diana, sorry, I didn't see you. Down there?
And included in thanks in this somewhat snowy winter, I'd like to thank all the people who keep our roads open and passable. It's just been wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Right. Big thanks to the road crew. Any more thanks? Any more comments? All right, I declare this meeting adjourned. And please vote if you have not yet.